Timta, Abdurkul Shah Yuat Biwasamos Pa Timta. Inen Athakul Fi Istat Bas Shilpa Timta. Wakul Istat Bas Shilpa Timta. Kalun Karna. Hasa Inen Atha Wah Kar Pa Timta. Wahasa Pa Timta. Kalun Wah Karna. Hasa Inen Atha Kul Di Inen Ahtigua. Kar Pa Timta. Wahasa Inen Ahtigua. Kalun Li Kawun. Kar Pa Timta. Hasa Inen Atha Najuh Mul. Kar Pa Timta. Wahasa Pa Timta Kalun Najuh Mul Karna. Hasa Inen Atha Da'iman. Kar Pa Timta. Wahasa Pa Timta Kalun Da'iman Karna. Hasa Pa Timta Kalun Inen. Hasa Pa Timta Yakul Inen Aikilua. Hasa Pa Timta Dura Inen Admilua. Amun. Begin all things by first using the all. We are in the consideration of the all, and all consideration is with us. We are one with the all, and the all is one with us. We are all we need with the all, and our need is for being with the all. We are successful with the all, and the all is successful with us. We are always with the all, and the all is always with us. The all is, we are. The all can, we can. The all does, we do. Amun. Greetings, welcome to Open Q&A with myself, Plenipotentiary, a Talkton Chief Magister and Right of the United Kingdom and the Commonwealth and the planet called Earth. All right, this is the moment you all have been waiting for. For those that want to record, go ahead. I've given you the permission to record, so go ahead and record. For those of you that's new, if you're new, please put that you're new. This is the first time you're on the chat. Please take full advantage of this time to ask me any questions that you want to ask me. This is your opportunity. This is not for people who are timid or introverts. I'll tell you, get the hell off right now. Don't even bother waste my time. And also, rule number one, your video camera is to be on unless you're having a technical issue, in which case, then that's different. And you must put that you have a technical problem. Other than that, then your video camera needs to be on. If you keep your video camera off, I will put you in the waiting room and you will wait there, like Neo had to in the Matrix Revolutions. If you can't show your face, you do not deserve freedom because the computer is not playing with you all out here. So if you think you're going to sit there and listen to the questions and not put your video camera on, nope. A-OK East, turn your camera on. I'll put you in the waiting room. All right, people. Oh, if you got a question, put it in the chat. If you, there's a button at the bottom that says reactions. You click on that and you can get your questions answered, or your hand up, or put it in the chat. If you're new, and for those that are new, please put what city, state, and if relevant, if you're not in North America, what country. Dakota, go ahead.
Greetings, Chief.
Rawat, greetings.
Greetings, Rawat. I got a question. It came across my mind last week. Not every time a full moon comes about and we put our crystals out and shungite out, why is it that we do it for the moon but not the sun? And I've been taught that the sun it gives off energy too, just like the moon.
Yes.
That's my question. Why we don't sit them out in the sun?
All right, let's go here. I have like Lemurian sea crystals, and they actually don't work well in the sunlight.
Okay.
Oh yeah, here, I'm gonna put this here. Should crystals sunlight? You generally want to keep your crystals in your pocket. Sunlight energy is strong and vibrant. Its energy feeds, strengthens, and moves forward. This makes sunlight's masculine energy ideal for charging stones, as long as your crystal is not sensitive to light.
Okay.
And has been cleansed in advance with another method, you can put it in the sun to charge. crystals, which crystals are okay and not okay in the sun. Oh boy, is this going to be more okay? So crystals that are not okay in the sun. Amethyst, a member of the quartz family. The color will fade in the sun since the color comes from the iron in it.
Okay.
I'm just going to pick out some ones that people are kind of familiar with. Calcite, it can fade and get brittle in the sun. Clear quartz can only withstand about 2 hours in the sun, can get brittle and crack or break. Fluorite, no more than 15 minutes in the sun, gets very hot.
Oh, wow.
Will lose its color in the sun, but okay in water. Rose quartz will fade in color in the sun. Smoky quartz loses its color to become gray or brown. So that's why you get your crystal and you keep it in your pocket.
Okay.
And what the full moon is the sun reflecting off of the sunlight reflecting off the moon, so it's not as intense. Listen, how much energy comes from the sun?
A hell of a lot.
At any moment, the sun emits 3.86 times 10 to the 26th power watts of energy. So anyone who knows electricity or anything of that nature, so add 24 zeros to the end of that number and you'll get an idea of how unimaginably large amount of energy that is. Most of that energy goes off into space, but about 1.74 times 10 to the 17 watts strikes the earth.
Hell of a lot.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
A lot. So that's another reason. And because what the crystals do is when they are a magnifier, so, they will enhance whatever energy is there. Just like that's not the correct word I want to use. The word I want to use is that it's an amplifier. So that's why because you're just going to amplify the energy that the sun. So imagine you have a stone. Most stones will either absorb the energy if they're like a clear, just a regular rock, or some of them will reflect it. A crystal will deliberately amplify the energy. So if you got a billionth less, this 1.74 times 10 to the 17, and then you got a quartz crystal there, that quartz crystal is going to amplify that energy.
Oh.
So that's the reason why. This shadow, for while you're bringing that subject up, is new moon, people. So this is cleansing. Let's see, December 2021. This is a new moon cleansing. Did they have what time? Let me see here. If not, I'll go to date and time. What is this? 2021. Okay, so oh, that's full moon calendar. I don't want full moon, I want new moon. Just want to see if they have a time. The time is new moon. Okay, so 11:36 p.m. Eastern Standard Time is the new moon, and it's called the cold moon.
Oh.
So, I don't know if it's cold out where you're at.
Not yet. It's gonna get cold up.
All right, so that'll be 11:36. So anytime, if we're on, you know, or after the webinar or after, pardon me, this open Q&A, depending on what how people are, that's a perfect time to do some magic.
Cool. But Chief.
Yes.
Being that you went to that information about the sun, how much energy it emits, now it really resonated in my mind how our ancestors was using that energy. You know, they didn't have cars and stuff, they didn't need it. They knew how to use the energy.
Yes.
That really like Tesla and Lewis Latimer. You know, when they lit up, a lot of people don't know about Lewis Latimer. They always talk about Tesla, and they never talk about the indigenous people who had already had this technology, and they taught them. But and you know who controls the history, you know, controls the who is in power controls the history. So they never say anything about Tesla. I mean about Lewis Latimer taught all them guys at GE, hey man, this is how you do this, but that, and you know, Tesla and Lewis Latimer lit the 1891 Chicago Fair up with no wires, and they went and burnt Tesla house down and told Lewis Latimer, hey, you know what we'll do to you if you do it again. And a lot of people don't know that story. They burnt that man's house down. And then they turn around and use his technology to get money off it, because the guy, what's the guy name? The guy at GE asked him, when he showed them that they can do it without wires, he said, yeah, I'm not interested unless we can put a meter on it. That's what he told him. Because Tesla's like, him and Lewis Latimer like, no, this is supposed to be free. What are you talking about? This is what his ancestors used. They had the whole world lit up. They can communicate with somebody over here in Africa and talk to them. But right,
no, there's no but. It's black as no standing at law.
Yeah, you know what? You're right. Right, even in 1891. I forgot about that.
Black has no standing at law.
Yeah.
So once we start going around saying we're white, and whitest person having origins in any of the original peoples of Europe, the Middle East, or North Africa is defined by the CDC, the United States Department of Education, the National Institute of Health, you know, and other countries worldwide. It's a global definition, like a crow. All of that will change. And so all of that stuff will come up. And then at the point, the history of Lewis Latimer comes up, then we have to say, no, he wasn't an African American.
He was white.
He was a white autochthon who was misidentified. Or we might even say, no, he was a white autochthon, because now we get to time travel and put the energy that we have now into the past. So when they start talking about treaties and things of that nature, that stuff will come up.
Yeah, Chief, and one last thing, because from the articles, I'm gonna look this up and try to share it with everybody too later. Lewis Latimer, what he did, he let them know he didn't invent not anything. They went to a tomb, they seen a lamp, and they broke it trying to replicate the energy. And all he did, he went in there and replicated it, and he invented a lot of things from that. You know, he had a light bulb.
It's called reverse engineering.
Yeah, he had a light bulb that burnt past his death. It lasted 50 years. So why light bulbs don't do that? I just want to say that, Chief. You
know why?
Yeah, I know. Money, the fiat.
The fiat. All right, Abigadur.
Abigadur.
Atuma Saru Sechem. Let me see here.
Can you hear me, Chief?
Yep, loud and clear.
Greetings. I'm at work right now. Anyway, I wanted to ask this question, Chief. I know it's pertaining to lawyers and also you being a human rights third-party defender. And you being a human rights third-party defender, as is my case or anyone else's case, dealing with child custody or dissolving a marriage contract, how is that effective as far as your part helping that person out or me versus the lawyer? I know he or she works for the Queen. Because I just needed clarity on that, because I don't trust lawyers as it is. But as for your part, being a chief of Asakata Nation, how would that go about being you being a human rights third party defender?
Yeah, a human rights defender is the correct phraseology, right? So okay. Yeah, our Asakata is a human rights defender,
right?
And so that's under a convention on UN International Convention on Human Rights Defenders. So the answer, where is it here? Okay, behold. There we go. All right, so this is it. Okay, so first question as it relates to the attorney. Great. Where is this here? 242. 240. So there's a book called, there we go. Behold the Pale Horse. Okay, fabulous. Okay, so we start at 242. All right, so there. Now, first, let's get with the attorney. This is Corpus Juris Secundum. I'm going to put this in the chat for everybody, so everybody will have it. One of the things I like to do is I always like to show documents where I got it from. I don't like to just only speak, because a lot of times speak can put people in a belief state. All right, so in Corpus Juris Secundum, an attorney's first duty is to whom or to what? His first duty, let me get my pointer here so everybody can see. His first duty is to the courts and the public, not to the client. Let me speak this again. In Corpus Juris Secundum, under the Legal Encyclopedia, Volume 7, Section 4, an attorney's first duty is to the court and the public, not to the client. And wherever the duties to his client conflict with those he owes as an officer of the court in the administration of justice, the former must yield to the latter. See, they could have just left it at that, but they switched it around. So in case people don't know what the position is. So the duties to his client, if they conflict, they must yield to what he owes, his duties that he owes as an officer of the court in the administration of justice. So that's like a Black person who's a slave on a plantation defending another slave from getting beat, but then at the last second, they flip and go onto the side of their oppressor or the plantation owner. Yet they said, I'm going to help you get free. So that's that. Next, what is a client? Under subsection 2 and 3, a client is one who applies to a lawyer or counselor for advice and direction in a question of law, or commits his cause to his management in prosecuting a claim or defending against a suit in a court of justice. One who retains the attorney is responsible to him for his fees, and to whom the attorney is responsible for the management of the suit. So they're just managing the case. There's no guarantee you'll win. A lot of times they'll say, oh yeah, we could do this, we could win. And then you go there and you don't win because that's not part of their duty. That's not, they can't guarantee that. One who communicates facts to an attorney expecting professional advice. Clients are also called wards of the court in regard to their relationship with their attorneys. What is a ward of the court? Infants and persons of unsound mind, placed by the court under the care of a guardian. So an infant or a person of unsound mind is somebody that hires an attorney. Now, you can utilize the attorney through an admiralty procedure, which is called a letter of rogatory, which is a letter of instruction, telling them this is exactly what you want them to do. And if they cannot, will not, won't, refuse to do it, then you tell them that they're fired. This is what they don't teach people in school. They don't even teach that in law school. A lot of the judges don't even know admiralty law. So sometimes you bring up admiralty procedures and these judges have violated, shot. They ain't even got a clue because they're following what? Procedures. So now we go to the aspect of human rights, which was the second part of your question. This is a book called Behold the Pale Horse. by Bill Cooper. Some people remember this is the cover. This is what it looks like.
Yeah, I have that book.
All right. And again, I'm doing that also for the benefit of the people who have not. This is under the chapter of the United States Constitution, or is this the chapter? No, treason in high places. This is chapter 13. So when we go to,
Alright.
the United Nations Treaty and the United Nations Participation Act versus the sovereignty of the United States of America. So when we go to, let's go that, at the conclusion of the Constitutional Convention in September of 1787, Benjamin Franklin was asked, "What have you wrought?" He answered, "A republic, if you can keep it." So now when we go to page 242, this is the second part of your question. Congressional record. The following statement was made by Carl B. Ricks of Milwaukee. That's in Wisconsin, for those that don't know, former president of the American Bar Association, before a Senate subcommittee, which was hearing testimony on the proposed Bricker Amendment. It was entered into the House record by Honorable Lawrence H. Smith, Wisconsin, on May 11th, 1955. And I'm going to speak this whole thing. This is for all the Moors out there, the Sabaeans, the Nuwaubians, the Hebrew Israelites, the Black Panther Party, the New Black Panther Party, the so-called Black conscious community, the so-called Aboriginals. This is for all of you all out here, because y'all clearly are illiterate. Congressional record, page A3220. I can't forget the Moorish Science Temple, Moorish Consulate, all of those guys. Statement of Carl B. Ricks, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. I appear in favor of the amendments. Pay attention, people. Congress is no longer bound by its constitutional system of delegated powers. Complete sentence. Its only test is under the obligatory power to promote human rights in these fields of endeavor: civil, political, economic, social, and cultural. These are found in Articles 55 and 56 of the Charter of the United Nations, a ratified and approved treaty. They are being promoted in all parts of the world by the United Nations. If everyone's clear, put in the chat, you're clear about what I just spoke on this page, right in front of you. So Congress is committing a fraud on the public by talking about US Constitution, but they're not bound by it. Congress may now legislate as an uninhibited body with no shackles of delegated powers under the Constitution. This explains when constituents vote in favor of a bill not being passed or a bill being passed, then their representative turns around and votes opposite of what they want. It's because of this reason. Our entire system of a government of delegated powers of Congress has been changed to a system of undelegated powers without amendment by the people of the United States. Let me speak this again. Everybody, can you see this? Our entire system of a government of delegated powers of Congress has been changed to a system of undelegated powers without amendment by the people of the United States. The authority for these statements is found in a volume entitled Constitution of the United States of America, annotated, issued in 1953, prepared under the direction of the Judiciary Committee of the Senate of the United States and under the chairmanship of Professor Edward S. Corwin of Princeton, aided by the legal staff of the Library of Congress, period. That means what I just spoke earlier is a fact. What I received and spoke to you all is a fact. This is the conclusion on page 427 of the annotations. Quote, in a word, The treaty power cannot purport to amend the Constitution by adding to the list of Congress's enumerated powers, but having acted, the consequence will often be that it has provided Congress with an opportunity to enact measures which, independently of a treaty, Congress could not pass. And the only question that can be raised as to such measures will be whether they are, quote, necessary and proper, end quote, measures for the carrying of the treaty in question into operation, end quote. It will be noted that one of the principal cases cited is that of the migratory bird case. And that case is, oh gosh, Missouri, is it Missouri versus Denmark? See, this is where they get vague. Missouri versus, I think it's Missouri versus Denmark. Case. Missouri versus Holland, that's what it is. So remember, everybody, Missouri versus Holland is the case that they're talking about here, because migratory bird case is vague. There could be 1,000 of them. So now you know what it is. These conclusions are those also of a committee of the New York State Bar Association, of which former Attorney General Mitchell and Mr. John W. Davis were prominent members. Now, for some practical illustration of newfound powers under treaties. Pay attention, people, newfound powers under treaties. 1787 Treaty of Marrakesh is void, means nothing. That's a fraudulent treaty because the Constitution wasn't ratified. The 1786 Treaty of Marrakesh, that was ratified a year before the United States became a country. So that's a void treaty. I trust everybody understands that. If you understand what I said, put yes or Tua in the chat. So for some practical illustration of newfound powers under treaties of what Congress may do. 1, it may enact a comprehensive education bill providing for education in any state which does not provide it. In fact, it may take over all public education now provided by states and municipalities. So as far as when you're talking about whoever writes the history, yeah, the Congress has the power to do that. So all the Black legislators, whether they're Republican or Democrat, they're full of it because they're still calling themselves African American or a person of color. A person of color is not a nation. They're not even, they don't exist. It's a bunch of phrases describing adjectives. A person of color. 2, it may enact a Prohibition Act without an amendment of the Constitution. 3, it may enact a Uniform Divorce Act. 4, it may take over all social and welfare services rendered by or through the states or their agencies. 5, it may take over all commerce. This is the Congress. Number 5, I hope y'all I trust y'all paying attention. Strike hope. I trust y'all are paying attention. It may take over all commerce, all utility rates and service, all labor. So when people are complaining about power bills and cell phone bills, you're supposed to be complaining to Congress based on this contract of May 11th, 1955, congressional record, page A3220. The list may be multiplied extensively at your will. So Congress can go beyond these. Overstood?
Right.
The new test of constitutionality will apply to all legislation by Congress since 1945. So they went retroactive 10 years prior to 1955, which deals with any of the 5 fields of endeavor. Any judge deciding on the validity of legislation must have 2 books before him. 1, the Constitution of the United States, and the other, the Charter of the United Nations. If he does not find authority for the act, legislation, state, or federal in the Constitution, he will find it in the charter. That is the exact situation in which Justice Holmes found himself and the other members of the Supreme Court when they decided the migratory bird case. That's vague. This is what it was. Holland versus Missouri versus Holland, right? 252 U.S. 416 from 1920 is a United States Supreme Court decision on the extent to which international legal obligations are incorporated into federal law. The case centered on the constitutionality of the Migratory Bird Treaty Act of 1918, which prohibited the killing, capturing, and selling of certain migratory birds pursuant to an earlier treaty between the U.S. and the United Kingdom. The state of Missouri challenged the enforcement of the act within its jurisdiction, arguing that the regulation of game was not expressly delegated by the U.S. Constitution to the federal government and was therefore reserved for the states under the 10th Amendment. Accordingly, the U.S. government had no constitutional right into a treaty concerning game regulation. In a 7-2 decision, the court upheld the act as an exercise of the federal government's treaty power with the supremacy clause of the Constitution elevating treaties above state law. Remedy, let me speak that again. In a 7-2 decision, the court upheld the act, meaning the Migratory Bird Act, a Migratory Bird Treaty Act of 1918, as an exercise of the federal government's treaty power with the supremacy clause of the Constitution elevating treaties above state law. The court also reasoned that protecting wildlife was in the national interest and could only be accomplished through federal action. Missouri is also notable for Justice Oliver Wendell Holmes's reference to the legal theory of a living constitution, the notion that the Constitution changes over time and adapts to new circumstances without formal amendments. That isn't what Justice Scalia said. He said that the Constitution is a dead document. On Politico.com, right? Back in 2013, and he did another one April 28th, 2008. So he was saying this, when we were 21, so 13 years ago was the latest, and then went up to 8 years ago. Well, actually make it 9, so make it 14 to 9, because we're actually in 2022. The U.S. corporation operates on a fiscal calendar, and the fiscal calendar starts October 1st of every Gregorian calendar year. So just to let you all know, you've been in 2022 for 2 months already. So y'all are behind. By January, you'll be behind by 3 months. Just thought y'all might like to know that. So we have that there. And then this is the other one. And then this is where Justice Scalia vigorously defends a dead constitution on NPR. As you see the date here, April 28th, 2008. So that's 14 years ago, he let the cat out the bag. So I don't comprehend how all these people are calling Taj Tariq Bey a master teacher, and he has no idea the Constitution is void. It's dead, first of all, and then second of all, the judges were allowed to void it. So therefore, the Constitution is a dead corpse of paper that people are using as a defense or a shield. And they're like, this is nothing but bones there. So now we move over to Constitution void in court. And all you people who watch this replay that are with the Moore Science Temple or nothing, y'all are whatless at this point. because you're supposed to be holding all of these Black conscious, these so-called Moors, you're supposed to be holding them liable, not accountable. That's a vampire. They're already sucking your blood. You're supposed to be holding them liable, which means what? Insurance for damages, because how is he a master teacher or any of these Grand Chiefs, Alan Bey, Nakim Bey, Queen Valera, prostitute Valera, how are these people supposed to be saying they're assisting and guiding you all? And right here, thanks to Google and the internet and the computer intelligence, is saying US Supreme Court issues landmark decision. Constitution is void. And this is 2011. This is 3 years after Justice Scalia said that the first time. Then he said it, and it's 2 years before he said it the second time. So Atlanta, January 18th, 2011, PR Newswire, US Newswire. The US Supreme Court issued a landmark decision that serves to allow judges to void the Constitution in their courtrooms, period. Period. So why are they telling these people to stand on the Constitution as a defense when we have this article from, what is this, 11 years ago, that the US Supreme Court issued a landmark decision? When you hear the word landmark, that means that decision is applicable in every court, in the corporation and its subcorporations, that serves to allow judges to void the Constitution in their courtrooms. The decision was issued on January 18, 2011, a day after Martin Luther King's birthday. Is it the day after or the day before? Yeah, the day after. His is on the 17th of January. And the court did not even explain the docket, or pardon me, they didn't explain the decision. Docket number 10-632, 10-633, and 10-690. One-word decisions denied. So all these Black people running around here talking about they got constitutional rights are a bunch of fools, ignorant, have no standing at law. The Black attorneys, they all guilty too. That's your Benjamin Crumps. That's your, what's his name? Fat boy who's skinny now. Al Sharpton, that confidential informant. That's Jesse Jackson. That's that's the Black Democrats and the Black Republicans. How they don't know this? They do, because they're part of that boule that Stephen Coakley was talking about, which proves what Dr. Sebi said. Black leaders don't care about Black people. They're only in it for themselves. Right. So I've just confirmed what Dr. Sebi said. I've proven it. So let's put this back on the screen now. So Constitution is void in court. That means all that nationality, you got to naturalize Dr. Elihu Pleasant Bay and the rest of them, all that stuff is fraud paper. All of it is all fraud paper. And I don't have to issue a challenge because I know they're not going to open their mouth. They can't face me. They already know I've dismantled them already. So that's one. So, but the people, you still want to follow that, those charlatans, please go with them, because that means you are unintelligent. And that's where you need to be, with a finesse master. All white, and we have that. So Missouri versus Holland. So now we get back to here. So the migratory bird case, so that's Missouri versus Holland. Where is it here? Any judge deciding on the validity of legislation must have two books before him. One, the Constitution of the United States, and the other, the Charter of the United Nations. If he does not find authority for the act in the Constitution, he will find it in the Charter. That is the exact situation in which Justice Holmes found himself and the other members of the Supreme Court when they decided the migratory bird case, Missouri versus Holland. The authority was not found in the Constitution, and that also by default, not in legislation from the state. It was found in the treaty with Great Britain, which is the 1794 Jay Treaty. The question to be answered is this: under which form of government do the people of the United States prefer to live? Manifestly, we cannot operate under both. Senators, the people of the United States, have given up their sons. They have given up billions of their substance. They should not be the only nation in the world to give up their form of government, the wonder of the world, to discharge their obligations to the people of the world. The Breaker Amendment, which would have changed this, was not passed. And as a cherry on top, we go to the 1947 Bar Treaty. Let me see here. Let's see, Barefoot's World. Oh, there we go. Oh boy, so he's gone now. Okay, let's try this here then. Let's try this archive. See if archive.org will have it. Okay, so torrent. Let's see if it's here. Nope. Okay, so they got rid of Barefoot's. That's fraud. Let me try this one. Yeah, they took him down. Yep. Okay, so that's it. Yeah, it's not here. Yep, it's not here. So what we'll have to do then, that's the Word document. I prefer a PDF. Let's try this WordPress. This should work. Okay, the Bar Treaty of 1947. I'll put this here in the chat for those that wish to have it. The Bar Treaty of 1947, effectively tying the Bar Association of the respective Pan-American states together and subverting our Constitution to United Nations international law. Let me make this a little bigger because the font's looking funky. There we go. Today, an attorney is a sworn officer of the court, and by his own admission as that officer, his duty is to impose the will of the state against the citizen. So it's a case of the fox guarding the hen house. American Bar Association. Let me see here. Organized at Saratoga Springs, New York, August 21st, 1878. Its object shall be to advance the science of jurisprudence. That could be basically that could be an independent clause or independent sentence on its own. So their goal is to advance the science of jurisprudence, promoting the administration of justice and uniformity of legislation and of judicial decision throughout the nation, uphold the honor of the profession of the law, encourage cordial intercourse among the members of the American Bar, and to correlate the activities of the bar organizations of the respective states. And states is also countries, not states that you're in, on a representative basis, in the interest of the legal profession and of the public throughout the United States. And this is the American Bar Association Constitution, Article 1. So let's see, Barefoot's, I don't think that's going to work. We click on it. Yeah, so they took it down or it's someplace else. So we'll leave that there and we'll go to American Bar Association. What is that? Oh, what it's not treaty, a constitution. So here's the Constitution of the American Bar Association. Download a full copy. We're downloading it. I'm going to put the link in the chat for everybody. All white, 89 pages, not bad. I'm putting it in the chat. You have to know the contracts of the people and the organizations you're either utilizing or fighting against. So in their Article 1 of the American Bar Association, Article, the Constitution, name and purposes. Purposes, okay. Under purpose, subsection 1.2 of the American Bar Association, the purposes of the association are to uphold and defend the Constitution of the United States. Evidence and maintain representative government. What? To advance the science of jurisprudence. So their first goal is to uphold. Here, let me break this down so people don't get. See, I told you they got. No, this is the Constitution and it represents your rights. Their job is to uphold it so you can't reach it. Everybody understand that? Let me do it again. Constitution, their job is to uphold it so your hands can't reach it. Just thought y'all might want to know that. And in case there's any debate on that, let's just go to the etymology real fast here and see what is the etymology of uphold. We're not going to look at the legal definition, we're going to look at the etymology. To support or sustain. So they are holding it in the air away from the client. Similar formation in Old Frisian, upholda, Middle Dutch, uphouden, German, ofthalten, meaning maintain in good condition or repair, is from 1570. So circa 1200, which is 1101 to 1199, support or sustain from up. So they're going to keep the Constitution up and away from you all. Now, that's their purpose. So the job of an attorney is to keep you from constitutional rights. Just thought y'all might want to know. It's right there, right there. The purposes of the association are to uphold and defend the Constitution of the United States and maintain representative government. Remember, what did Justice Scali say the Constitution was? A dead document. So this is necromancy. To advance the science of jurisprudence, to promote throughout the nation the administration of justice and the uniformity of legislation and of judicial decisions, to uphold the honor of the profession of law, to apply the knowledge and experience of the profession to the promotion of the public good, which they need to find what's public good, to encourage cordial intercourse among the members of the American bar, and to correlate and promote the activities of the bar organizations in the nation within these purposes and in the interest of the profession and of the public. Notice they keep putting the profession before the public. It's right there. So you dealing with these bar boys and bar girls, you got to break them out and ask them, okay, is this what your purpose is? You already know the answer, but you're going to ask them anyway. So this way, anything from that, any actions or inactions that they do, you'll understand why they're doing something and why they aren't doing something. So it's right there. So you got the bar treaty, Constitution, ABA. And so again, letter of rogatory is what you could utilize as a human rights defender for our position. As you saw, they must promote human rights. Being that we're in the International Decade for People of African Descent, they must allow for its recognition, justice, and development. So one of the things for justice, all the Black attorneys, Black people involved in law enforcement, or Black people who are involved in the judiciary, the penal system, they're supposed to be telling Black people they're not really Black. That's their starting point. American Psychological Association acknowledged that they helped contribute to the damage against Black people, because that's, again, psychology deals with talking to the soul. So our position, our nation's position is we can see where any international treaties have been violated and where your human rights are not being defended, because this is what Malcolm X said, that one of the many reasons why he was killed is because you got to go for what? Human rights. That was late 68, 69. This thing, this piece of paper from, what's his name? This guy's name, for the Behold the Pale Horse by Bill Cooper. This was done in 1955. So you're looking at about 14 years afterward, Malcolm X says, hey, human rights. So now our nation, who's internationally recognized, we can get petitions put on the international level. And if the Human Rights Council doesn't respond when they're asking for input, it's easy for us to say, well, where the hell were you guys at? If the expert mechanism on the rights of indigenous peoples doesn't comment, doesn't get involved, and wants to be hands-off apathetic, we get to call them out. Why are you saying you're the expert mechanism on the rights of indigenous peoples and you didn't help? Then we can go to same thing with the special rapporteur on indigenous issues. We have this situation, why aren't you assisting? And then that's when we say, okay, it's genocide that they're doing. And then we go higher. Understood?
Overstood.
So we can do that. And this is the reason why when people come on the webinar, I give out certificates of achievement or indigenous recognition. Any one of those two is still valid for us, our nation, to act as a human rights defender and be a third-party witness. Moore Science Temple, are they doing that for people?
No.
Are the Nuwaubians doing it for people?
No, they're not.
Are the Sabaeans doing it for people?
No, they're not.
Is the Black Panther Party doing it for the people?
Nope.
Hebrew Israelites?
Nope.
Ben Ami Carterites?
Nope.
The conscious Black community?
Nope.
Saw Knitter?
Nope.
Sarasut and Seti?
Nope.
Who's the other one? Queen Valera?
Nope.
So you see the pattern. All those people I mentioned, regardless of the costume they wear, if they're not issuing any kind of documentation that's as internationally recognized, they are actually Negroes, either masquerading as Indians, Black Indians, or masquerading as Moors, because the international community is going to see that. And then they're going to say, well, they don't come to the international level, so they're Negroes. They won't say anything, but they'll talk amongst each other at the UN. Oh, them people, they're Negroes. We know they're really the Black Indians, but they want to be Negroes, so we'll let them say Negroes. So that's the answer. So everybody, I'm saying this again. Well, I'm going to repeat this. This is from 5-day comment 176. As it pertains to Turtle Island, everybody got to come through our nation. Let me say it again. Everybody has to come through our nation because all their contracts are screwed up and they're still Black at their foundation and they're not saying I am white. And that is what matters civilly. That is what matters economically, socially, culturally, because human is actually those with darker pigmentation. However, since they want to call themselves Negro, they nullify that reality and they take on a fraudulent artificial contract and they get damaged accordingly. That's why Malik Shabazz and what's his name? The psychiatrist or psychologist, Umar Johnson, Tariq Nasheed, all of these guys ain't got nothing to say. They're not interested in freedom. They want to stay on the plantation. They're not talking about building their own thing. Overstood?
Overstood. All white, Chief.
Anything else?
That's all for now. That was my
All
biggest
white.
one.
White
All
power.
Yes, I'll be the door.
Happy good doer. Let's see here. Next up. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. All right, Carnisha, get here, go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
I can hear you and I can see you.
All right, good. This is my first time coming on, but it's a blessing to be here, and I'm happy to be involved and to be able to learn today. But my question is that if the Constitution is void in court, then why would it be the responsibility of the lawyer to then uphold that?
He's upholding the fraud. Don't they tell you on TV you have constitutional rights? What city are you in?
I'm in Atlanta.
Okay, so when they had a Black Lives Matter parade, wasn't it Black people out there mostly in the streets protesting?
Yes.
Didn't some of them have placards talking about they have constitutional rights?
Yes.
Didn't Stacey Abrams, who's running now again for governor the second time, who's a Democrat, which was created by the KKK. I don't know why a person who's Black would call themselves a Democrat, because the Democratic Party was created by the KKK. Doesn't she talk about constitutional rights?
Yes, she does.
All white. I just showed you where it says you all don't have constitutional rights. I didn't even get into Dred Scott. So let's get to Dred Scott real quick here.
Wow.
That's what we're missing. We go to Dred Scott, 1857. Thanks to Wikipedia, Dred Scott was an enslaved African-American man in the United States who unsuccessfully sued for his freedom and that of his wife, Harriet, and their two daughters in the Scott versus Sanford case. And there's a phrase by Justice Taney said that Blacks have no rights. A white man is bound to respect. acslaw.org. I'm gonna put this in the chat for everybody who needs it. Right there, March 19, 2007. No rights which the white man was bound to respect, the Dred Scott decision. And that has not changed. On March 6, 1857, Chief Justice Taney issued what is widely regarded as the worst Supreme Court opinion ever. Be that as it may, have they reversed Dred Scott or taken it off the books? No, it's still there. He noted that the question before the court was whether African Americans are citizens of the United States and thus able to file suit in federal court. No, his analysis of that issue is couched in abjectly racist language. No, it's called contract language. If you want to wear a kick me sign so everyone down the street kicks you in the back, you can't complain to nobody. Black is the kick me sign. So quote unquote, African Americans, because it wasn't there, had for more than a century before been regarded as beings of an inferior order and altogether unfit to associate with the white race. That's why you can't join their country clubs. They don't want no Negroes there, either in social, unless you're going to work there in the kitchen, either in social or political relations. So all the Black Democrats and the Black Republicans think that they've moved on up like George Jefferson. They're tokens, they're pawns. They're on a clock that they can disregard them, use them to get what they want. And if they say, well, save them, don't discard them, but they're still as a debtor or still as a chattel property, that's what they are. And insofar inferior that they had no rights which the white man was bound to respect, and that the Negro might justly and lawfully be reduced to slavery for his benefit. For whose benefit?
The white man's.
All white. Now let's look at this report here. median wealth of Black Americans will fall to zero by 2053, warns new report. This is the UK Guardian in the UK. I'm gonna put this in the chat. See, I provide facts and evidence. I provide exhibit. I don't give my opinion. So study predicts huge and growing gulf between white US households and everyone else could be disastrous for future of America's middle class. So now we go down to here. A new report calculates that median wealth for Black Americans will fall to zero by 2053 if current trends continue. Latino Americans, who are also experiencing a a sustained downward wealth slide, will hit zero about 2 decades later, according to the study by Prosperity Now and the Institute for Policy Studies. So, did you go to college?
I dropped out.
What were you taking in college?
I was supposed to be taking business, but you know, I didn't continue.
I don't know. That's why I'm asking the question. So did you take at least 1 year of college?
No, I did not. But I was in a private school, which was 2 years above the curriculum for the high school curriculum of
No, I'm not talking
my
about the high school
county.
curriculum. I'm talking about college. So did you
Yes, I
do
started-
the SATs and get into college?
Correct, but I started college in high school is what I'm trying to
All
tell you.
right. Okay, and so you were advanced level high school.
AP classes, yes.
Okay, so advanced level. So you were taking business or some business courses?
No,
What were you taking?
I was taking, I believe, I don't remember, like an economics class,
All white?
art appreciation, literature.
All white. So did you take anything of like accounting or anything on that level?
No, I didn't get that far.
Okay, so you got as far as business theory. Is that correct? Am I saying that correct?
I'm honestly, I'm not sure. I mean, I
How long you
don't
been
know.
how
I
long
just
you
know
been
I'm
out of
taking
school? How long you been out of school?
It's been about 5 years.
Okay, so you should still be able to remember what you took. But anyways, when you see Prosperity Now and Institute for Policy Studies, you know they're spending big money. That's not chump change. They're going through doing data research, doing surveys and stuff of that nature. So you know they put big money, and this is on The Guardian, which is a paper out of the United Kingdom, as they call it, which we know it as Albion, which means the white. So you see all of this here, they already know the direction Black people are headed, poverty.
Yes.
And so it said he could be what? Lawfully be reduced to slavery, that the Negro might justly and lawfully, justice, just ice, and lawfully be reduced to slavery for his benefit. He was bought and sold and treated as an ordinary article of merchandise and traffic whenever a profit could be made by it. Has anything changed since 1857?
No.
So therefore, that is what's called a constant feedback loop under the so-called chaos theory. That's the legal definition of insanity, doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. Yet, when I go here, see if we're gonna get some cooperation today, all white. And I look up under, this is US Department of Education, and I look under these are new race, definitions for new race and ethnicity categories. And we click on white, a person having origins in any of the original peoples of Europe, the Middle East, or North Africa. So people who in the West are wanting to say they're African Americans, specifically in the United States, corporation, shouldn't they be calling themselves white on all their contracts? I'm seeing a head nod. That's not nothing to me. I need to hear yes or no.
According to what you're showing me, according to what I've read, correct, yes.
All white. American Indian or Alaska Native is a person having origins in any of the original peoples of North and South America, including Central America. Do you know who the original indigenous of the Americas are?
The Indians.
No. That's a European word. Who were the original? Go ahead.
The indigenous people.
No, you're guessing. It was the Olmecs. There's a book by Dr. Ivan van Sertima called They Came Before Columbus. So the Olmecs, who were actually from Africa prior to continental drift, they were called the rubber people. That's where the Mayans got their game of rubber. That's from their ancestors, which were the Olmecs, who maintains cultural identification through tribal affiliation or community attachment. So that's what you are. And when push comes to shove, if you have to decide between this or this, which one do you pick?
Both.
No, if you have to pick only one, which one do you pick?
The American Indian.
Nope, you pick white, a person having origins in any of the original peoples of Europe, the Middle East, or North Africa, because y'all call yourselves African Americans. Y'all don't call yourselves Cherokee, Chickasaw, Choctaw. Very few that I come across that know what their family lineage is. And white does not omit American Indian, because the Olmecs were they were the rubber people from Uganda. So it's the same people. Now, what it says up here at the top is the categories do not denote scientific definitions of anthropological origins. So they're not talking about skin color. They're talking about what? Where do you fit in any one of these? Because America is a caste system, and they got their caste system from India. That's why in India, they have what they would call the untouchables, which are really the indigenous people of India, which were the niggers that came from North Africa. We're first everywhere on the planet. The people who they're calling the American Indian, they're Siberian. They already know their DNA is not even indigenous to here. Your DNA is indigenous to here. But if you don't want to claim it, then continue to wear the kick me sign. Let's see. Sa, are you there? Can you put this Tiffany Haddish video, the stand-up, in the chat, please?
All right.
Because when I say it, people keep thinking I'm like, Tiffany Haddish been saying that's why she broke up with Common. Common's black, she can't mess with him. She white woman. She white female. White females and black men don't mix.
I'm sorry, are you disputing the American Indian and saying that white would be more accurate than the American Indian?
Here, let me put it this way. I'm glad you asked that question. Okay, if we go to Nilotic Negro.
And from what I'm understanding, the American Indian is a secondary race.
An American Indian, very much like white, is just a title in commerce. Black has no standing at law.
Oh, she looks like that girl.
Where?
The one with the headdress on and the choker right there on the right side of the screen. There's the dark background.
This one here?
Yeah. Yeah, the cheekbones are similar as Carnisha. Like when I looked at from like that point down, because I don't even know if that's the
white. Well, she's sitting in the dark, so that's probably why. Oh, see, so Affinity says Tua, he said the same, so he sees a similar. Okay, is this the link here?
Yes.
All right, so let's a Hollywood star say it first. Did you see Girls Trip?
I don't watch TV.
Oh, you need to get hip.
The census that came to my house, the
Girls
We
Trip
don't
is a
see it,
movie.
Chief.
Girls
numerator
Trip is a
came knocking on
movie.
my door. This little
We
white
don't
man.
see it, Chief.
Yeah, I'm saying Girls Trip is a movie.
Yeah, we don't see the Tiffany Haddish clip. We
Yeah,
still
I'm just
see your
switching
Google.
over. That's how it
Okay.
happened.
Mhm.
The census that came to my house, the numerator came knocking on my door. This little white man with glasses. He come knocking at my door and he goes, "Hello, I'm with the U.S. government. I'm with the census, and we're taking an account, and we just want to know how many people live in this household." And I was like, "It's just me. It's just me." And he was like, "What's the nationality?" And I was like, "American." And he goes, No. What's the race?" And I was like, "Really, motherfucker? Is that what we doing? We bringing racism to my front door on this day when I'm already not happy? What are you doing? What are you, colorblind or something?" And he was like, "Why, yes, I am. I'm very colorblind." I was like, "Oh, shit." And I went back into my brain, and I had like a "that's so Raven" moment, right? And I had a whole conversation with myself, like, "Girl, this is your chance." "What do you mean this is my chance?" "Obama said it's time for change." "He did say it's time for change." "Well, you could be whatever you want to be." "Well, what should I be?" "Well, you got a car and you know a gang of Asians." "You right, I do got a car and I do know a gang of Asians." "Well, put that shit together, girl." "I'm Caucasian." And he said, "Great." And he checked the white box, and my life has been fantastic ever since, y'all. Oh my God, it is so awesome being white. It is so fucking cool. 3 days after I became a white woman on paper, my credit score went up by 300 points, okay? It is so awesome. Look, last year, I slept with 87 dudes. Nobody called me a hoe or nothing. They said I was an entrepreneur. I'm a businesswoman, okay? This right here, you can write this off on your taxes, yo. Write your house off on your taxes. 6 inches of office space. We have meetings. I had to measure it for the taxes. One of my friends, she got mad at me. "Oh my God, Tiffany, how can you do this? Run around here telling people you a white woman. You turning your back on our people." I said, "Honey, I am not turning my back on anybody. If anything, I figured out the key to the matrix, bitch. Check a different box. You could be whatever."
Anybody, is everyone paying attention? If you're paying attention, put in the chat, yes.
Whatever the fuck you want to be. This is America. This is why people come from all over the world to be in this country, because only in America can you be whatever the fuck you want to be. When a white man can win 5 gold medals, add some titties, keep his dick, and win Woman of the Year, and ain't even been a woman a whole year, you can be whatever the fuck you want to be in America. When a white woman can teach African American studies, be the president of the NAACP.
That's Rachel Dolezal, who she's talking about, for those that don't know. And of course, the other one was Bruce Jenner.
We're out here kinky as fuck. Tell everybody she black. Fuck all these black dudes. And don't nobody say shit until her mama and daddy tell on her. You can be whatever the fuck you want to be in America. My cousin, straight up my cousin, true story, 2-time felon, could not get a job nowhere. Not fight, 2-time felon could not get a job. I told her, check the white box and see what happens. She now works for Homeland Security, y'all. Be whatever the fuck you want to be.
All right, so are you clear on that?
Yes.
All right, so now we go back to the Nilotic Negro.
Oh, I know that you said that the American Indian is a commerce, what is it, e-commerce status. I'm learning these terms. But my question is then, are you saying that the white status would then be better or more original than the American Indian status?
Excellent question. This is fabulous. This is about time I'm asking Y'all got to, this is really wonderful. Okay, so based on the 1828 Webster's Dictionary, this is the definition of American. It is a noun, a native of America, originally applied to the aboriginals or copper-colored races found here by the Europeans, but now applied to the descendants of Europeans born in America. You understand this definition here?
Yes.
All right, so let me put this in the chat for everybody along with the link. Where are you hiding? There we go. Hold on a second. I gotta resize this chat box. It's too large. There we go. All right, so this is the web link, and this is the definition of American. Right, so you have that. Then we want to go to, let me see here. Let's see, we got America, American. Oh, Nilotic Negro. Actually, no, I'm going to go to Real History because their website is better. Only shame is they keep using the word black, trying to get them to stop using the word black, and they don't want to listen. This should take us down here, primitive man, there we go. So here's Nilotic Negro. I'm going to put this web link here. So for people who are new, chat works as you double click on the link, and then it will open up into another web tab, and then you can bookmark it and save it. So as you can see here, it says Nilotic Negro, showing original types of big heads found in Europe. By kind permission of Messrs. Hutchinson and Company, the publishers of, quote, the Uganda Protectorate. Didn't I say that the Olmecs were from the Uganda? Right? By Sir Harry Johnston, ACB, GHMG. From the Origin and Evolution of Primitive Man by Albert Churchward, 1912. All right, so I'm going to put that. By Nilotic Negro. So that's there. And then we're going to go to, oh yes, Races of Man. In Google Images, you look under Races of Man. Where are you hiding? Okay, Races of Men. Let's try it this way then. Races of Men. There we go. Here it is. So Races of Men. And open image in another tab. Let me see if you, there we go. Fabulous. All right, so I'm going to put this link here for everybody. So what you see here, they have American. This is incorrect. We know this is wrong. Where's my pointer? I need to fix that. I just kept focusing on the European and whatnot. So from future on, I have to start. So this is incorrect. And I will explain why in a second. And now we go down to Caucasian. Doesn't that look like a nigger here under Caucasian?
Yeah.
And they say this is a European, but we know that's not true. So this is incorrect. Understood?
Yes.
So they're using the words as titles to allow them a higher status when they're doing commerce. Understand?
Yes.
So don't get caught up on white, black, European, Caucasian. No, that's the titles that they created that. All right, so we got that. Go ahead.
I just came into this concept yesterday. I always thought that the concept of white and black was based off of skin complexion because that's what I was taught. But I've been reading through this material last night, and I'm coming into the understanding of what it really is.
It's about what position do you fall in the commercial caste system? Are you the highest as a creditor, or are you the lowest as a debtor? And black is synonymous with poverty, period.
Yeah, correct.
That's not subject to negotiation. Okay, what is this here? Now this page here, I'm gonna speak this. Oh yeah, this is ancient Europe. Okay, ancient Europe. So now when we're going to go down here, prehistoric times. This is Riddles of Prehistoric Times by James Anderson in 1911. The Basques in Spain and France, the little dark Welshmen, the Scotch and black Celts to the west of the Shannon River in Ireland. The Iberians in ancient times inhabited the western and southern part of Europe. The northern part of Africa, what does it say over here? It says white is what? A person having origins in any of the original peoples of Europe, the Middle East or North Africa. And Europe is named after what? An Ethiopian princess. Overstood?
Yes.
The northern part of Africa, in fact, all parts reached from the Mediterranean Sea. The Basques in Spain and France, so niggers were first in Spain and France, the little dark Welshmen, Welsh, the Scotch, Welsh would be Wales, Scotch, the Scotland, and the black Celts to the west of the Shannon River in Ireland. Ireland, niggers, Scottish, niggers, Celts, niggers, Wales, niggers, as well as the same kind of men in Brittany and Aquitaine in France, niggers. The Guanches of the Canary Islands, niggers. And the Berbers in Africa, super niggers, are all probably the remnants of the race. So do you see in this article in 1911, it didn't make a difference which country they came from. They were branding them in the same category. You understand?
Yes.
So this is why now that you know that the European is named after Ethiopian princess, this is an incorrect and fraudulent picture. This picture is a lie.
Right.
We're the original European, the Caucasian, we are the original American because in 1828 said what? America is a noun, or American is a noun, and it's a native of America, which you are, originally applied to the Aboriginals or copper colored races. Remember, the definitions are coming from people. You're looking at someone else's projection. They're giving you an oral code of how you should define yourself and function. So if you're using their words that define you in a negative light, you'll never win. You won't win. You can't win. The system will not allow you to win.
I've never felt right about being called Black or African American. However, I've been told by other people that I need a genealogy report in order to be able to alter or change my ethnicity or race.
Who told you that?
Some tribe, I forgot the name of. His name is Hemok. That's the name that I know him by.
Oh, Hemok Shilak. I know who Hemok is. He's another fraud. I know exactly who Hemok is. NAAIP. I know who they are as well. Did I just see what I just showed you? Right? Oh, I got to show you this one here. This is U.S. Census, the same thing that Tiffany Haddish was talking about. Census. Here we go. About race. Now, here's the topic about race. Now, here you see definitions again. The U.S. Census Bureau must adhere to the 1997 Office of Management and Budget, OMB standards on race and ethnicity, which guide the Census Bureau in classifying written responses to the race question. So white, again, a person having origins in any of the original peoples of Europe, the Middle East, or North Africa. Black, a person having origins in any of the Black racial groups of Africa. Do you know of a Black racial group of Africa?
No.
All white. American Indian or Alaska Native, a person having origins in any of the original peoples of North and South America, including Central America. The definition of American says, what is their complexion? Remember I showed the definition?
But we are copper colored, copper colored.
All white, so copper colored. So the people who said they're red Indians and they're first in America, is that true or is it a lie?
It's a lie.
Okay, so then you all got to start calling them out on that on social networking. When I'm wearing my war bonnet and they're mad saying, oh, you're appropriating our culture. I said, no, you're a mutation of my genes. When I bring that subject up, they don't say nothing, but you all have to do the same thing. And who maintains tribal affiliation or community attachment. So we're the first everywhere. We've been on the planet millions of years, not no damn 10,000 or a couple thousand years, or 2,000 if you listen to that lying Christian Bible story. We've been on this planet for millions of years. That's why they found Lucy in Ethiopia, which we know as Nikeba. So now, the 1997 OMB standards permit the reporting of more than one race, period. An individual's response to the race question is based upon self-identification. An individual's response to the race question is based upon self-identification. What is race?
Wow.
The data on race were derived from answers to the question on race that was asked of individuals in the United States. The Census Bureau collects racial data in accordance with guidelines provided by the U.S. Office of Management and Budget, and these data are based on self-identification. So they're giving you a choice. What did Kanye West say? Slavery is a choice. Here it is. You can say you're white and it's not talking about skin color, but based on the definitions, this is what white means: a person having origins in any of the original peoples of Europe, the Middle East, or North Africa. The categories do not denote scientific definitions of anthropological origins. They're not talking about skin color. Then we got to go to my homeboy, Barry. That's Barack Obama. Or if we type in, forget it, type in black has no standing at law. And I know all the people at Google are watching. What do we got now? Now we got 3 billion. Look at this, 3 billion. You see that? 3,650,000,000 searches. 1,000, 10,000, 100, 1,000,000, 10,000,000, 100 billion. Billion. And what's number one? Our questionnaire to the UN on the, which is the Office of the High Commission for Human Rights, that branch. We sent in a questionnaire on the rights of children as it regards to climate change. So then when you click on images, you get what? Barack Obama says black has no standing at law. You see it?
Yes.
So now when you click on this, it takes you to a Calameo page. You click on the Calameo page, and then the hyperlink is actually at the bottom of the picture, which is great. And so now we click on this, and it'll take us to Facebook. And in Facebook, right, this is another connection node, connecting the dots. You see this here, Black in Public, October 16th, 2012 at 12:18 p.m. So this person posted it when they saw Barack Obama on the Tom Joyner Morning Show, which you can't get the audio. They hid that. Barry put out obviously he put out a presidential executive order for nobody to hear this conversation he had. This picture is evidence that the interview happened. And Tom Joyner's boule, so that's why you're not going to get that, because he's down with keeping, that's what the contract is. One group of slaves keeping another group of slaves from getting free. Forget crabs in a barrel. He said it, not me. So Tom Joyner interviews President Barack Obama on his Tom Joyner morning show and greets him by saying it's our first Black president of the United States. In that capacity, no, that would have been John Hanson, who was a Moor. President Obama replies, Tom, I don't look at myself as the first Black president because the word Black has no standing at law. Has Dred Scott been overturned?
No, it has not.
So therefore, anything, any contracts, any adhesions that has one as associating or identifying or as Black, puts them in a position where they don't even have to be listened to. And this is what explaining to Black people what the problem is, that they have a hard time accepting that. So that's why you have to come on our webinar and get white.
And I'm starting to understand, and I appreciate your time, and I look forward to learning more. I initially thought that the 14th Amendment canceled out the Dred Scott decision, but now I see that that information is false, and I'll read more into what you're sharing with me now in the chat.
Yeah, this is all facts. This is out there in the public domain. This is why it always makes me laugh when Black people want to keep calling themselves Black, and Black means pale. That's what, you know that, right?
I've heard of that, but I've never read it for myself.
Oh, well, you're going to see it now. This is on old.english. Much thanks to Mary Lynch Johnston. This is an Old English dictionary. So these is what the words mean in Old English, which is the precursor to modern English. So you got to go back to the origin of the words and you'll see where they made their mistake. B-L-A-C, Black means pale. So, Black is an adjective. Just like Black people are adjectives, they're not nouns. So they're not a person, place, or thing. They're an object, and it's an adjective that describes something. So they're not even physically manifested by using the word Black. They don't even vibrate on a real frequency. Black, bright, shining, glittering, flashing, pale, pallid, wan. Always, all that has to do with light, isn't it? Isn't that interesting? Black Shlior, adjective, with pale cheeks. Blaxian, to turn pale. Blackung, a turning pale, a pallor. You see the pattern?
Yes.
Right? Remember when Lil Kim came out with this song saying, I'm blanco, I'm blanco. She was saying she's white in Spanish. Ain't talking about skin color. So now we take this and we go up top and we look up the word dark, which is D-E-O-R-C. So people want to get upset about not using the word Black to identify themselves. They're highly ignorant. They're hypnotized.
Yeah.
So here's dark, D-E-O-R-C. Also an adjective, dark, obscure, gloomy, without light. Dreadful, horrible. So outside, is it black outside or dark outside?
Dark.
Where you're, okay, so how come Black people don't say it's black outside? So Black people don't even love the word Black. When the sun goes down or appears to go down, shouldn't they be saying it's black outside like me? No, they ain't saying outside's black like me. They saying it's dark. They separate themselves from that. So I go through all this in great detail, not only for yourself, but also for people who will be watching the replay. So this shows that all the people who are saying Black power, Black consciousness, they're a bunch of idiots. And I'm saying it because you can't say in 2021, you're conscious, you're woke, trying to go connect to the spiritual realm and you using incorrect syntax, which is not going to give you the frequency to get you to the other plane you want to transition into by using the incorrect language of your oppressor. Your oppressor's so jacked up, they're using the modern words instead of the old words. Meanwhile, they'll study African spiritual systems. Overstood?
Overstood.
Anything else?
Wow. I guess I have one more question. I don't
Go right
want
ahead.
to take up too much time. But with this in mind, would you then recommend to, well, I feel like I should look deeper into this and go ahead and because I feel like I understand there's just other documents that I need, that I feel like I should read in order to educate myself further.
Get white. This is
but
the short version. Get white. Anything connected to Black, let it go. Anything connected with any other organization that is not talking about getting white, run from them like you would run from the devil, because they're not going to help. And I'm mentioning all these people's names because I know they're not going to say anything. So that means it's a hustle. It's not about freedom. It's about a hustle. And they're trying to preserve their hustle. I'm like, well, I thought y'all said y'all trying to, oh, we're in the belly of the beast. We got to take this beast down. Okay, get white. Call yourself white. 3 magic words. I am white. And it's not talking about skin color. The definition says a person having origins in any of the original people. So if we look at the American Indian, quote unquote, they haven't found bones over here that go back a million years. They find it in Africa, as they call it, because it was one landmass prior to continental drift. So by claiming white, you're claiming the highest. You're not ignoring your indigenous heritage. However, when you're doing commerce, you have to have a position in commerce. When you're social, you have a social position. That's where people are having the problem because they're thinking they want something that's uniform. It's when you go to a different country, you use different words, they have different customs, they have different ways of doing things. So you find out, or a guide will tell you, over here, this is what you have to do. And you comply with it because you're the minority, you're going into another place. So you have to change up because of your environment. And this is a commercial environment overlaid on top of Turtle Island. So because it's commerce, you got to use the commercial terms when you're doing contracts. Overstood?
Overstood. So with this change that I'm going to undergo, that would then mean that I would operate in commerce a lot differently in every aspect of my life then. So
yeah, you can't.
That's a.
What did you see what Tiffany Haddish said? It's so great being white. White is the highest. Her father's from Eritrea, and she's a real quote unquote African American. Y'all are indigenous to here. However, you have a corporation that is on your land. So in order to get your voice heard, you can't come at them using a term that they consider puts you in a wrong place. The only thing that overrides that is if you know what your actual tribal lineage is, or the nation you're from your DNA. If you know that as a nice, that gives you an added bonus. When you're doing contracts, it's white all the way. Nobody can beat white. I've been saying I'm white for the longest. My videos don't get blocked. I don't get flagged, none of that, because the first thing I'm going to say is the US government said this is the definition. The CDC, which is in Atlanta, uses those same definitions. The National Institute for Health uses those same definitions. ACRO, which is International Post-Secondary Schools, post-secondary nonprofit for post-secondary and advancing education, they use the same definitions. So this is worldwide. All the other races know we are their parents. But if y'all want to keep playing stupid and want to wear the kick me sign, I have no sympathy for y'all. None. This is a no-brainer.
Well, I'm ready to become re-educated and
No, we don't re-educate. Educate is child rearing. That's the etymology of education. You want a white renaissance. I'm going to show you what education means. This is for all the people who are educators, principals, etc., who see this replay. Y'all are from the 1530s. Child rearing. How old are you?
I'm 24.
Okay, so would you appreciate if I called you a child?
No, I wouldn't.
Okay, so if you go to any event that they have at the West End there in Atlanta or at the Shrine of the Black Madonna, and they're saying we're here to educate our people, code word agent. They're saying they're child rearing you. So that means they're going to keep your mentality as a child. Also, the training of animals from the French education from the 14th century, which 1301 to 1399, and directly from the Latin educationum, nominative education, a rearing training. Noun of action from the past participle stem of educare, see educate. That's why Black people ain't gone nowhere since the 1960s. You're getting child reared.
Wow.
Right
So
there, this is etymology.
What would you then recommend for a person in my position who's trying to have a better understanding of how to move forward in?
Come on our webinar that we have every Monday for the past 6 years, and you will learn. Subscribe to my YouTube channel, watch the videos so you're familiar with the terminology and the syntax.
Okay.
And can you say the 3 magic words? I am white.
I am white.
What? And then master the definition. Tell it to your girlfriend, see what she says. If there's somebody that you know you can't stand that's always bothering you, and next time they come over and say, well, you know what? I'm a white female. You know, I don't play that. Huh? What? They're not going to say nothing. Have fun with it. All white?
All white.
All white. White power. And Terrace, patiently waiting, calmly waiting. Go ahead.
All right, Maku.
All right.
Just a quick question from what I think it was Atum Asaru. It just kind of jogged something. Okay, in the situation I'm in now, dealing with the corporation in law.
Yes.
Okay, if there's corporation in law and there's actually no real government here, is only corporation. And
Yes.
my question is, if it's only corporations and no real government, aren't we in a complete state of anarchy? And also, the only thing that we have to uphold is ourselves through the treaties and through learning how to operate in commerce, because the corporation is not set up to do that.
Excellent question. Where do we want to start from? Let me see if this video is here. I'm gonna have to close up a couple tabs. This is, let me see here if this is the right one. This will be one part answer to your question. Okay, so everyone.
These $60 Japanese smart patches are taking the world by
Okay, so this one is dealing with
The United
this is okay, perfect. Excellent. I was trusting this would happen. Okay, everyone pay attention to this. Can everyone see this? Yes. All right, so this is the Indian vice president. She's not African American, that's a lie.
The United States has recognized the voyage of the European explorers who first landed on the shores of the Americas. But that is not the whole story. That has never been the whole story. Those explorers ushered in a wave of devastation for tribal nations, perpetrating violence, stealing land, and spreading disease. We must not shy away from this shameful past, and we must shed light on it and do everything we can to address the impact of the past on Native communities today. Today, we know that Native women and girls are missing and murdered at alarming rates. This is an epidemic, and it must end.
The Fifth Amendment is of zero risk to me, but will come back to haunt Joe Biden and the Biden administration. As the expression goes, be careful what you wish for. The impeachment hoax is a continuation of the greatest and most vicious witch hunt in the history of our country, and is causing tremendous anger and division and pain, far greater than most people will ever understand, which is very dangerous for the USA, especially at this very tender time. And now I'd like to briefly address the events of last week. Millions of our citizens watched on Wednesday as a mob stormed the Capitol and trashed the halls of government. As I have consistently said throughout my administration, we believe in respecting America's history and traditions, not tearing them down.
All right, so that's part one. This is part two. This is the actual link from this is UK Times again. It's I always gotta keep going over to the UK to get information.
Did you say I support compelled disclosure of political donations?
Okay, so this here, just let it load up here. So I'm gonna,
Since
this is the link. This is the link I'm going to use. So I'm going to put this one here in the chat for everybody. Evidence. This is clear evidence. So her statement is now a statement that can be admissible in any commercial proceedings. Evidence.
Since 1934, every October, the United States has recognized the voyage of the European explorers who first landed on the shores of the Americas. But that is not the whole story. That has never been the whole story. Those explorers ushered in a wave of devastation for tribal nations, perpetrating violence, stealing land, and spreading disease. We must not shy away from this shameful past, and we must shed light on it and do everything we can to address the impact of the past on Native communities today. Today, we know that Native women and girls are missing and murdered at alarming rates. This is an epidemic, and it must end. Today, we also know that Native American voters are being systematically denied access to the ballot box, which is why we must pass the Freedom to Vote Act and the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act. We also know that Native Americans serve at the highest levels of our nation's government, that Native Americans serve in our nation's military at the highest rates of any group, that Native Americans do the work.
That's the black people she's saying. Not no red, ain't no red bones up in the military like you got niggers up in the military. Negroes up in the military. We know that.
That we know is essential to make our nation work. And still, Native Americans are more likely to live in poverty, to be unemployed, and often struggle to get quality health care and to find affordable housing.
All right, so that is that audio clip is evidence. So this is the National Congress of American Indians 78th Annual Convention. She discussed the history of colonization in the Americas and its connection to present-day indigenous communities. Now, they have to explain why in 1828, the definition for American is the copper-colored races found here by the Europeans, but now applied to descendants of Europeans born in America. And those are not Europeans, they're Amorites. So we got that covered. I want to get Professor Raffinesque. That will be on a Tocsin treatise. This is a book I wrote. A lot of people. There we go. A lot of people don't know too much about the book, or they don't talk too much about this book that I wrote. What's the date on this? I was real bad with dates back then. Okay, July 2nd, 2011. So we're going to go here. And this is a letter from 1828 April, or pardon me, no, it should be 1864. Of Professor Raffinesque. There we go. And he talks about who was here. This goes back to the question earlier. Oh, fabulous. Okay. And we're going to go here. So we'll start. This is the Saturday evening post. And this is the link here. I'm going to put the link in the chat so everybody will have it. So we'll do it straight from there. No red Indians in America. Okay, this is Duponceau. Okay, so we want Professor Raffinesque. Where is he hiding? Okay, yeah, that was that one. Okay, so that's 60. There we go. So let's start off here. Yeah. Okay, so this is the Saturday Evening Post, Saturday, June 7th, 1828. The same year, the definition of America is here. Is this it? Yeah. Okay, 1828. So, wait, where did I move that tab to? There we go. All right, so this tab here, American 1828 definition, and then 1828, 4 letters on American history by Professor Raffinesque to Dr. J.H. McCullough of Baltimore. So we're going to scroll down to the main page here. And I'm going to put this tab in here. Oh, what happened here? There we go. Fabulous. All right. So, oh, they say moved it back to Duponce's. Okay, let me see here. American Quarterly. Okay, Professor Raffinesque. Let's see. So we'll have to go up. This is a whole strip of letters that Professor Raffinesque wrote. Oh, so let's go down and come back up. There we go. So 4 letters on American history for the Saturday Evening Post. Oh, no, not this one. It's the next one here, right? Yes. July 19th. What's the date here? Okay, so let's check this out. The 3rd letter. Okay, so let's go up. So 2nd letter, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so Saturday, June 7th, 1828. This is volume 7 in the Philadelphia Saturday Evening Post, hole 358. So 4 letters on American history. So this is the first letter. So The continent of America has ever been the field of philosophical delusions, as Africa of fables and monsters and Asia of religious creeds. All the various systems and theories of monks and philosophers on the origin, climate, inhabitants, etc. of America have been repeatedly destroyed by facts, and yet they find to this day many believers. To this day, they speak and write of the red men of America, while there is not a red man, nor never was, in this continent. Is everybody understanding this? To this day, do they attempt to separate the American languages from all others, while their roots and structure are exactly like many in the Eastern continent? To evince this result in a single but striking point, doubted to this day by superficial inquirers, it is sufficient to mention that there were in America copper-colored races before Columbus came, nations and tribes of the following complexions: coppered, tawny, olive, dusky, white or pale yellow, dark brown and black, but none red unless painted, and that all these complexions are also found in Asia, in Polynesia, and in Africa. So yes, you can stand on white more than American Indian. The Native American Negroes or Black Indians have been seen in Brazil, Guyana, Caracas, Popoyan, Choco, North California, etc. Some of them, such as the Auroras or Caroras of Cumana, were Black but with fine features. They should change them, put the word dark there, and long hair, like the Jolos and Galas of Africa. Others in New California latitude 32 called Esteros are like the Hottentots, Numuquas, Tambukis, and many other Negritian, Negro, Niger, Negritian tribes, not Black, but dark brown. What's the difference? You have complete Negroes with large, thick lips, broad, flat noses, and very ugly. So he says, with hair crisped or curly. The Negro features belong to the form of the head rather than the color, since there are in Africa, Asia, and Polynesia, black, brown, yellow, olive, coppery, and even white Negroes. The American Negroes of Quarenqua and Choco, see, so they're not thinking, they're talking the whole, what you would call North America down to South America. That's the area we're covering. Because he said the American Negroes of Quarenqua in Choco, the great level plain 900 miles long, 90 miles wide, separating the Andes of South America from the mountains of Panama. That's the area this is covering. Were Black and with woolly heads in 1506. They're mentioned by Dangleria and all the early accurate writers. The last two travelers who have seen these Negroes are Stevenson, 20 years travels in South America, London, 1825, and Molière travels in Colombia, Paris, 1824. So the responsibility is for us to keep bringing the fact that we're indigenous, that have been conscripted and forced to do this commerce. And now you use the public officials to say, yes, yeah, they brought destruction with them. Now the date on that video from that Kamala Harris did, that was reported in The Guardian. Okay, so October 12th. So I did a open Q&A for October. So we now know without a doubt, they're watching my videos. That's a major, she said, we recognize. So if you recognize they brought destruction, she just admitted to, yes, they've done genocide against us. So this is where it comes, our responsibility, not only to point that out, we're the original, we have to go back and get in tune with nature, and you can't look like a Negro. This is for new people and for people knowing you can't look like that, because when you come to them, they're going to judge you based on your appearance. Even if your facts are straight, they're going to say, okay, this is right here, but this looks like some guy. Okay, what hustle is he trying to do? You should be doing, everyone should be doing their best to not look like the system. In your social, if you're working, you got to wear a uniform that's different. When you're social setting, when you're at home on your time, you should always be looking like that, indigenous. Shonda, go ahead. Turn your video on, please.
Okay.
You there?
Greetings. Yes, greetings. I had a question because I sent an email yesterday regarding the statutory declaration of fraud. It's regarding if you need to proof the publishing on Calamail.
Yeah, if you put it on Calamail, you just send me the link and I'll look at it.
Oh, okay. So I can just post it. I don't have to send it to you first.
No. Well,
Okay.
generally you're supposed to send it to me first, but I think that declaration was already, because I need to see the notary, because you haven't sent it to me notarized, have you?
Oh, yes, I did.
So
I sent the
therefore,
notarized.
that means you just go ahead and publish it on Calamail, which is what I was saying, because there is no
Okay.
problem with that.
Okay.
That's what I said in the email, correct?
I did.
I put it on I said to put it on Calamail.
Okay, I didn't see the email. I didn't check my email to see if I received one.
To start cracking now, let me see here. Okay, so you sent, because I did respond. Okay, December 3rd. Oh, okay, I haven't seen this here. No, this has got to be together in one PDF, not separate pages.
Okay.
Nope.
Okay.
So do that and resend that to me first.
Okay, got it.
All right.
All right.
Let me see. I'm just trying to catch up because I know some people put some questions in the chat. Okay, High Point, North Carolina. Greetings, welcome. Staying in Atlanta, Athens, Georgia. All white. Lazarus, Charlotte, North Carolina. Greetings, Charlotte, North Carolina. Let's see here. Let me just check the chats out here. Okay, Toya Gray, could you turn your mic on?
Greetings, Chief.
Greetings, how are you?
I am that I am. How are you?
I am that I am. You had a question here, it's at 442. Could I explain the other treaty? Were you talking about the Bar Treaty of 1947?
The Marrakesh.
Oh, the Treaty of Marrakesh. All right, let me see here. All right, so let me share my screen.
I understood pretty much what you were saying, but I didn't have a strong understanding of the one that you were saying is fraud. So it was kind
The
of.
Treaty of Marrakesh you're asking about, right?
Mommy, be quiet, Mommy. Be quiet. No, you be quiet. Smart. You be quiet.
Don't tell mommy to be quiet. Come on now, where's your manners?
Mm-hmm. You heard that? Eat your apple.
Avalon, okay, so you're talking about the Treaty of Marrakesh, right?
Yes.
Okay, Treaty of Marrakesh. Avalon.
You're writing all over my notes.
Okay, so here's the Treaty of Morocco Treaty of Peace, September 16th, 1836. All right, see that there? All right, so now we go to United States Constitution ratified in what year? 1787. Okay, so for those people that are numerically challenged, September 16, 1836 is when this treaty was established. It's called the Barbary Treaties, Morocco Treaty of Peace with the United States of America. However, the United States of America's Constitution was not what? Ratified until September 17, 1787, a year later. So that means they weren't even a country yet until their constitution was ratified. Is everybody understanding this? This is what I always get on the Moors about, because I'm like, you guys, how are you guys not seeing this? And it was a Moor that told me. So what does this mean? We go back here. Let's see, is it 60? We go back to my Vatican treaties on page, should be about page 60. I have a copy here of the original 13th Amendment with 20 sections, which the Moors talk about. But for some reason, they can't seem to put it on their Moorish 101 questionnaire. We'll get to that in a second. So as you can see, this is a high definition copy, because you know when they're those old papers, they're hard. So as you can see here, this is the Congressional Globe. The official proceedings of Congress, 38th Congress, first session, Saturday, April 9th, 1864, 7 years after Dred Scott decision. Published by John C. Rives, Washington, D.C. News Series number 94. So when we go back down to Article 13, the secretary was reading the 13th Amendment with 20 sections. This was before the 13th Amendment with 2 sections, and the fraudulent 13th Amendment with 2 sections, where they removed, the 13th Amendment with 2 sections said you could not have a foreign title of nobility and hold public office. Then they took that out. This allowed the lawyers and attorneys and agents for other countries to come in and take public office. So when we go to section 12, right here, the traffic in slaves with Africa, let me get my pointer here. The traffic in slaves with Africa is hereby forever prohibited on pain of death, and the forfeiture of all the rights and property of persons engaged therein. And the descendants of Africans shall not be citizens. So a US citizen is a corporation. This brings me to my next document that I want to present to everybody. Okay, there we go. Yes. Okay, so this is, I'm gonna have to make this a little bigger because the print's a little small. Fabulous. All right, so should we go with the flag first? No, let's go with the indigenous. Now, here's a picture from 1670 to 1720. More Indians were shipped out of Charleston, South Carolina, than Africans were imported as slaves. So why is Spike Lee overlooking this? Because he's getting paid to spread the lie. And Charleston was a major port for bringing in Africans, noted by Ohio State University. So if they're shipping more Indians out of Charleston than they're bringing in from Africa, and that was the major port for Africans, y'all was already here. Some of your ancestors got shipped to the Caribbean islands. And this is an 18th century label for Virginia tobacco, featuring an African slave on the left and a Native American smoker on the right. So what's the difference? Oh, you gotta turn your mic on.
One was already here and one was not. But I guess, can I ask a quick question? And just for clarity, while you were explaining that, I was just kind of screenshotting and taking the note, but okay.
Go ahead, take the screenshot.
Oh, yes, I did. We've had this conversation before, but just for clarity, because as I'm digging into my own genealogy, of course, that has been true. All of my ancestors that have been from here, as far back as I've gotten. But the question then comes, I guess, and I think you were talking about the Nagas and them being the
Nagas.
that are being referred to when we're describing white, like the African. That just confuses me a little bit.
What confuses you again?
I guess just understanding that I am native to America and the long-standing history that's here in America, but then identifying myself as North African. So that's further back. I guess I'm just
you're confused at how you could be indigenous and relate to Africa? Is that what you're saying?
And I think that that's not even my confusion that I'm taking on. That's just a bunch of stuff that I've probably heard previously where people they always try to make it be either or. Like you always see the big fight, whereas the Pan-Africans fighting against, like the Dane Callaways and such, who are trying to explain to them that we were already here.
Dane Callaway, he got his information from me. And see, that's why Dane Callaway, anybody can teach history. History's not difficult to teach.
Right.
That's safe. History is safe. His story is safe. When you start doing what we're saying I am white, this involves a mathematic equation. It involves it involves the shattering of the algorithm that they're using in this matrix. If you say this is a 3D holographic world that we're actually living in, then this is the opportunity to use all your knowledge and emanate that knowledge, create that vibration to change the reality that they're putting out there. And if it means, oh, I looked up to this star, or I looked up to this actress or to this person, but they still want to stay Black, they served a purpose, let them go the way of a computer program, they get terminated. Like I said, Tiffany Haddish was with Common, and that's it. Now they split. Why do you think? She's white, he's Black. Black has no stand in that law. That's just coming from a status standpoint. That's going to bring her down. That's not going to elevate her. As many times as we've been saying that to some of the people who are entertainers, some of the people who are athletes, and they're still on that dumb Black stuff. So that means they're hypnotized, like in the movie Get Out. Can't help them. I seek the living amongst the dead. And I know some people know they have to make. Where's Kimamt? Where's Kimamt? Tamaray. Sa. That's who the Kimamt took.
Oh.
I do. Zozer. Tua. Zozer. What? Zozer.
All the little people are making there.
So what I'm saying is that we're past the point of we can't act like we don't know. We don't know. We don't know what's going on. We know. You have to start calling out the Spike Lees, the Tavis Smileys, the BETs, because they're just going to keep perpetuating the fraud, and they're not going to help. They're a program that is creating more problems than it is solving. That's what's happening. That's what's happening right now currently. So everything that we're presenting is okay. You're seeing all the, this is how I like to teach, like this, so everybody can see. So therefore, your holographic brain has a memory, even if you can't remember it immediately. Oh yeah, he did mention that. Now you can say, well, why aren't these other people, why aren't they talking about it? Because they have economic interest that if they talk about the 13th Amendment protections, that puts the Moorish Science Temple out. They're done. Then we get to the next part, which is, okay, so that's Kamala Harris. Then we go to my YouTube channel, and then we go to my 5-day comment 176. All the top teachers, the Black Teachers Association, you can give me any one of them and I'll beat them with one phrase. Black has no standing at law. And ever since I did this and showed that I did an export declaration and I exported the US, Canada, and Mexico, none of them have anything to say. So it's clear all these people who were talking about Black power, this, that, the next, they're not interested in freedom. That's been accepted for value and shippers export declaration. So as you can see, when you go down here, just put my pointer on so this will assist people in looking. There we go. Fabulous. So now you see Atlan, Amexem, Turtle Island, country of ultimate destination in box 7. 7525V, U.S. Department of Commerce, U.S. Census Bureau, and they called me. So the U.S. Department of Commerce is aware that they're on Turtle Island. This is not subject to debate. Now, when you see the White House down here in Schedule B, for description of commodities being exported, you see the White House and United States Post Office. The main headquarters, which connects all their subsidiary branches in the U.S. Post Office system or the U.S. Postal System or U.S. Post at 475 LaFont Plaza, Washington, D.C., and 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, which of course is the White House. This is probably explaining why they're using sets with Joe Biden and not in the actual White House, because they know that is Turtle Island and the White House is my property. March, as you can see here, March 17th, 2008, stamped by the Post Office. And as I mentioned earlier in other videos, that what happened, which is behind, private stuff people didn't know, the postal clerk gave the stamp to Diani and said, you go ahead and cancel it. And she canceled it out. So this is proof they know they're on our land. This is a commercial document and evidence with nothing to debate on this. Then you see the receipt here. On March 20th, 3 days later, it was faxed to me. Postmaster General loses laptop. Now, this was back on July 25th, 2006 is when this happened. And they said that everyone in the US might have to move. Now, this is a document that there should not really be any contention. Unfortunately, there is. So I always have to assist people. This is a authenticated document. This is not an apostille. Apostilles you get through the states. You don't get an apostille through the State Department. This is an authentication. So as you can see here, this Department of State, to all whom these presents shall come greetings, I certify that the document hereunto annexed is under the seal of the states of Georgia, and that such seals are entitled to full faith and credit. In testimony whereof I, Condoleezza Rice, Secretary of State, have hereunto caused the seal of the Department of State to be affixed, and my name subscribed by the Assistant Authentication Officer of the said department at the City of Washington in the District of Columbia, this 22nd day of May, 2006. And I had 5 of these done. This is just one of 5. So how the authentication works, this is to educate the ill-informed, the ones who have no knowledge, who are ignorant, and the ones who are illiterate. Before you get this, you have to have either a notary or depending on which state you're in, you have to get the seal of, for Georgia's situation, you got to get the Great Seal, which is what I have here. And you can see the date here. 2006. And what is the date? Because this was stamped by the post office. So we made this a mail item and a Fox stamp, and I canceled it out. So this now relates to gold. It relates to claims, all of this. So this is March 1st, 2006 is when this was done. Sonny Perdue was the governor at the time. Kathy Cox was Secretary of State, and the Executive Secretary, John K. White, if I'm saying that correctly. Now we go to our UCC, which was filed and recorded on November 7, 2005 in Fulton County, Georgia. As you can see, lien on the United States, 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, Washington, D.C., and all agencies and agencies connected to them. The state of Georgia, Atsakata Nation of Yamasee Morse has a lien on them as well, on the state of Georgia, 2 Capitol Square in Atlanta. We were a clan at the time. This is where I was living at 1981 Fletcher Street, and Diana Fletcher was related to, was the Old York, which actually she was the daughter of Ben York, and Ben York was son of Old York, who was a Malian Moor, and Ben York was the husband of Sacagawea, who accompanied Lewis and Clark on their expedition. So this is all in the family. You see my thumbprint here. Again, Fox stamp, talking about gold. Then also you see our language. The old saying was land, language, and culture. So I've upgraded that to syntax, etymology, and definitions before land, language, and culture. So we have our documents with our language on it. This shows origins. A lot of these people who claiming they're indigenous and whatnot, strictly doing all their documents primarily in English. They don't even do any other language. So these were all the witnesses at the time who participated and were the witnesses to the lien being filed. So this was the last page. And this was another one that we also did for our embassy in Clayton County, Georgia. So 5029 Boulder Crest Road was already exported on January 11th. So anybody who's there has naturally just committed a crime against humanity. Any sales of that property in the land, because the lot number is right here. Or is it the second one? Yes, it's this one here. We have the lot number, and we also have the, yeah, fabulous. So we have all the address here. It is lot 1, land lot 202. So that's what 5029 Boulder Crest actually is. And as you can see here, we also had an apostille. That is not the same as an authentication document. So when people see the document from the State Department with Condoleezza Rice, that is authenticated document. That is not an apostille. They're not the same. They're different. So as we go down, we see on that one, January 11th, I was the agent. So I was the witness, and this one, we got this done. Where? At the post office, and it was stamped by the post office. So that was exported. And then as you can see here, 5029 Boulder Crest Road in the real estate on January 10th, 2006. All this, the Foreign Bureau Processing Unit, Indiana, they got all these papers, everything. And as you can see here, May 24th, fax to the White House, attention Barack Obama. So this is what I mean by proficiency. So that's covered. So Africa Bambaataa knows about that. Dr. Elihu Pleasant Bay, I spoke with him directly on the phone. He knows about the lien on the White House. None of them are saying, okay, let's work together. I'm like, now, yeah, I can't, because they're Negroes. They're contracted as Negroes. I don't care how much, I don't care if they wear a fez, a sash, if they're an adept. I've challenged them for years. They've kept their mouths shut. So I see that what I just played from 5-day comment number 176. That's probably the reason why the crypto markets all tanked on Monday, because I did that. I put that video up on Saturday. Monday, all crypto dropped. So they know what's coming. Oh, and before I forget, what I forgot to mention, I'm going to do it here. Notice right here, see where it says Turtle Island, everyone? That says, where was the video recorded? This is on YouTube. I'm the one that caused YouTube to allow for Turtle Island. So every one of you who has a YouTube channel, when it says, where was this video recorded, you should be putting in, it'll say Turtle Island, United States. So you click on Turtle Island, and now all your videos will say Turtle Island, and your videos will prove that you're on indigenous land. Thought y'all might like that to help you out a little bit. All right. Just want to make sure everything's straight. You good, Toya?
That's amazing. Yes, but I think with just while I just have your attention, it's the last part. Understanding for me, a clear, distinct timeline, I think would really help me too. Like
A clear, distinct timeline for what?
That myself. I'm sure you've said it many times. I'll go back and look through some old videos for that. I mean, like a timeline for when the Nagas came, the Weber people came, you know, into what we call, you know, Native American time. Or I can definitely do the research on that.
You look at the book by what's his name, Dr. Ivan Van Sertima. They came before Columbus.
And I do have that book, so that should, okay. I just need to find it.
All right.
All right, thank you so much.
You're quite welcome. Happy Gadur. Where is AOK? You had a question. AOK East. Greetings. Okay, turn your mic on. And let me get back to your question.
Wow, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Let me just see here. I'm just gonna, oh yeah, I gotta go back to your question. You asked this at 5:02. Okay, so what do we have to stand on? So what do you mean? What is it that we have to stand on? Go ahead.
Basically, it sounds like the Constitution is dead. So if the Constitution is dead and our rights are null and void, how do indigenous people save ourselves and not get lost in the sauce? So that, you know, I don't know, it seems like it's just like a great big toilet stool that's getting flushed, and everything that they had or whatever is leaving with them. And like, how do we come together and balance things out? Like, how are we going to fix this?
Fabulous question.
Saving ourselves and being able to just, you know.
So let's start here first. This is called Get That Gold Fringe Off My Flag, and here's the picture here. So I'm going to speak this. Military flag with the gold fringe. Martial law flag pursuant to 4 United States Code Chapter 1, subsections 1, 2, and 3, Executive Order 10834, August 21st, 1959, 24 FR 6865, Federal Regulations. A military flag is a flag that resembles the regular flag of the United States, except that it has a yellow fringe border on 3 sides. The President of the United States designates this deviation from the regular flag by executive order and in his capacity as Commander-in-Chief of the military. The placing of a fringe on the national flag, the dimensions of the flag, and the arrangement of the stars in the Union are matters of detail not controlled by statute, but are within the discretion of the President as Commander-in-Chief of the Army and Navy. 34 Ops, Attorney General 83. President Dwight David Eisenhower, by Executive Order number 10834, signed on August 21st, 1959, and printed in the Federal Register at 24 Federal Register 6865, pursuant to law, stated that, quote, a military flag is a flag that resembles the regular flag of the United States, except that it has a yellow fringe border on 3 sides. The law of the flag, an international law which is recognized by every nation of the planet, is defined as, quote, a rule to the effect that a vessel is a part of the territory of the nation whose flag she flies. The term is used to designate the rights under which a ship owner who sends his vessel into a foreign port, your body, gives notice by his flag to all who enter into contracts with the ship master that he intends the law of that flag to regulate those contracts, and that they must either submit to its operation or not contract with him or his agent at all. Roostrat versus People, 57 NE 41. By the doctrine of four cornering, the flag establishes the law of the country that it represents. For example, the embassies of foreign countries in Washington, D.C. are four-cornered by walls or fencing, creating an enclave. Within the boundaries of the enclave of the foreign embassy, the flag of that foreign country establishes the jurisdiction and law of that foreign country, which will be enforced by the law of the flag and international treaty. You with me?
With you, this wordplay is sick. Oh my gosh.
If you enter an embassy, you will be subject to the laws of that country. Just as if you board a ship flying a foreign flag, you will be subject to the laws of that flag, enforceable by the, quote, master of the ship, end quote, captain, by the law of the flag. When you enter a courtroom displaying a gold or yellow fringed flag, you have just entered into a foreign country, and you better have your passport with you because you may not be coming back to the land of the free for a long time.
Oh.
The judge sitting under a gold or yellow fringe flag becomes the captain or master of that ship or enclave, and he has absolute power to make the rules as he goes. So when Taj Tariq Bey, Moor Science Temple, Holy Moor Science Temple, and the rest of these guys are telling people to stand on the Constitution as a defense, they're putting people into commercial dishonor. Not only that, they're also violating their contract by trying by them even summoning, for lack of a better word, or trying to utilize that 1836 Treaty of Marrakesh in a boxed area where the Constitution is suspended. They have to have international recognition. Moor Science Temple doesn't have it. Great Seal doesn't have it. Black Panther Party doesn't have it.
So you tell
the conscious community doesn't have it. So what they're doing is they are walking in to a courtroom in front of a Puerto Rican judge, not Puerto Rico as the state, but a RICO, a racketeering court, where corruption reigns supreme, and they have not established any treaty with that court. So they are invading with their flesh and blood upon walking into the vessel and having no flag to identify their vessel. So therefore they are considered flagless. Therefore they can be pirated under the prize and booty law, under maritime law.
what? So what? Wait a minute. You're telling me that whenever you step into a courtroom, is this any courtroom or is this like Fed courtroom or regular court? Any court? Or is that flag, that yellow around the flag just, I never paid attention.
The gold or yellow fringe flag is your warning that you are leaving your constitutionally secured rights on the floor outside the door to that courtroom. This is exactly why so many judges are appointed and not elected by the people. The federal judges are appointed by the president, the national military commander-in-chief. The state judges are appointed by the governors, the state military commanders. The judges are appointed because the courts are military courts and civilians do not elect military officers. Under martial law, you are presumed guilty until proven innocent. The gold fringe flag only stands inside military courts that sit in summary court-martial proceedings against civilians, and such courts are governed in part by local rules, but more especially by the Manual of Courts Martial, U.S. Government Printing Office, 1994 edition, Article 99, C1b. The details of the crimes that civilians can commit that are classified as acts of war cover 125 pages in the Manual of Courts Martial. Under Article 4, Section 3 of the Constitution for the United States of America, no new state shall be formed or erected within the jurisdiction of any other state. So why have the judges of the state and federal courts been allowed to erect foreign enclaves within our public courthouses under a foreign flag with a yellow fringe upon the soil of your state, like this one here, or you go to the Department of Labor or the library or certain parts or in a college, you'll see a yellow fringe flag, military post. If it's a gold eagle, gold bald spear, military post. If you watch Judge Judy, Judge Mathis, divorce court, people's court, the guard is wearing a yellow fringe flag. They got the yellow fringe. That's why they spin it so people can't see. That's why they twist it. But if you see that tassel there, the tassel goes along with the yellow fringe. So even if they spin it and you can't see this and you only see the stripes and everything, you see that yellow tassel, it's accompanied with a fringe. Or if you see a gold eagle, a gold ball, or a gold spear, military post. We just thought you would like to know so that the next time you see this yellow fringe flag, you will know what you are looking at and what it really means. If you are in Spain and you see the national flag of Spain, you would know that you are under the jurisdiction of Spain and their laws govern you at this time. You are officially noticed when you see their flag upon sight, because that's maritime. I flashed it, or it's there present. You don't say anything, you're in agreement. This is an admiralty law that says all who see this flag understand they are governed by the laws of that country that this flag represents. When I do my open Q&As, when I do my 5-day comments, when I'm training, if I do an interview on somebody's radio show, our flag is up. So I'm showing what jurisdiction they're under. Straight up. Straight up. This is Atsakata. This is our flag. We have proven Turtle Island exists. That's why the Pope said, I apologize to the indigenous peoples of America. He ain't apologized to no Negroes. He ain't apologized to no Black people. The indigenous peoples of the Americas, which we've already shown, they said we're quote unquote Black. That's what you really are, not no African American. But what I see is that Black people love slavery. They're broken, they're under Stockholm Syndrome. So therefore, I'm not going to fight with them. I'm going to see amongst them, there's living amongst them. That's who I tell people to look out for. You should understand that the gold or yellow fringe flag signifies the same thing. It is a notice to you that you are under the rules and regulations of the military force that is flying that flag. So they're not hiding it. Gold tassels, admiralty. This flag with yellow fringe represents no nation and no constitution. And we already showed what the attorney's first job is, to advance the science of jurisprudence. So now the question I would ask is, okay, does Black have standing at law? That's the question to ask Benjamin Crump. That's the question to ask Malik Shabazz. That's the question to ask Black Trial Lawyers Association. That's a question to ask all these Black people who are in the judiciary. Does the word Black have standing at law? Because according to the Supreme Court, Dred Scott ain't been overturned. So Black has no standing at law. And Barack said it as early as 2012, that the word Black has no standing at law. So when they call themselves African American in public, they're lying.
Wow. So, okay, say someone goes to court and they see that. Can you say, I don't want to have court in this courtroom, or because you're already apprehended?
Is that person white?
Well, I'm just anybody at this point.
No, you got Black has no standing at law. So if it's an African American, they can't say nothing. They don't have any standing at law. That's what the problem with Dred Scott was. He didn't even have a right to sue. That's why he lost the case. Oh, who just lost their recent case? And we done told that fool how many times? Byron Allen is a fool. His lawyers are bleeding him like a pig, right? Byron Allen loses McDonald's case. We told him he was going to lose that. I knew that.
What happened?
3 days ago, New York Post. Byron Allen's discrimination suit against McDonald's tossed, published December 1st. We told him already, and he's a billionaire. A judge tossed out Weather Channel owner Byron Allen's $10 billion discrimination lawsuit against McDonald's on Wednesday. The media mogul accused McDonald's of racial discrimination for what he said was its deliberate decision not to advertise with Black-owned media outlets, including his AMG Entertainment Studios and Weather Group. U.S. District Judge Fernando Olguin, almost sound like Ogun, of Los Angeles, wrote in his decision that he was, quote, skeptical about the facts in the case. In short, he wrote, the complaint, quote, fails to allege sufficient facts that would support an inference that defendants intentionally and purposely discriminated against them. So failure to state a claim upon which relief can be granted. That's Federal Rules of Civil Procedure, Rule 13B. The comedian turned media mogul claimed in the lawsuit, which was filed in May. So look how long it took in federal court in Los Angeles that McDonald's gives less than $5 million of its roughly $1.6 billion annual television advertising budget to Black-owned media. Blacks get the scraps. Despite the fact the suit claimed that Black consumers represent some 40% of McDonald's US sales. On the same day Allen filed his complaint, McDonald's had announced an initiative to increase its marketing budget from 4% to 10% with businesses owned by Black, Hispanic, Asian, Pacific American women, and LGBTQ owned platforms between 2021 and 2024. McDonald's is also facing a growing chorus of complaints and litigation from Black franchisees who claim that the largest restaurant company in the world deliberately steered their restaurants into poor and unprofitable neighborhoods. And McDonald's can do that because of what? Dred Scott. How many times I gotta say it? How many times Barack gotta say it? How many times we gotta publish it? What is it that Black people are not getting? Blacks have what? No rights, which the white man is what? Bound to respect. So that means if you want respect, you gotta be white. Does anybody have a problem with that? If you have a problem, say you got an issue with that. The solution is right here. I'll put it back here again. The Black man, African Americans, has no rights. They had no rights, which the white man was bound to respect. Now we go here, free white person.
Mm.
So right here, let me see, open new tab, fabuloso. All right, so here's, can you see it? Free white persons?
Yes.
All right, so free white persons. Free white persons referred to in the Naturalization Act as amended by Act of July 14th, 1870, has meaning naturally given to it when first used in First Statute 103, C3, meaning all persons belonging to the European races then commonly counted as white, and their descendants, including such descendants in other countries to which they have migrated. It includes all European Jews, more or less, intermixed with people of Celtic, Scandinavian, Teutonic, Iberian, Latin, Greek, and Slavic descent. It includes Magyars, Lapps, and Finns, and the Basques and Albanians. It also includes the mixed Latin, Celtic, Iberian, and Moorish inhabitants of Spain and Portugal. There's the Portuguese black nobility, the mixed Greek, Latin, Phoenician niggers, and North African inhabitants of Sicily, and the mixed Slav and Tartar inhabitants of South Russia. It does not mean Caucasian race, Aryan race, or Indo-European races, nor the mixed Indo-Europeans, Dravidian, Semitic, and Mongolian peoples who inhabit Persia.
Wow.
Right there. So when you see the definition of white by the US, again, the US Department of Education, they're giving you all the remedy. Black people don't have no excuse anymore. That means, like Kanye West said, slavery is a choice, and Black people, African Americans, choose slavery for the most part. It's the ones who don't, those are the ones I seek. White, a person having origins in any of the original peoples of Europe, the Middle East, or North Africa. Europe is named after an Ethiopian princess. The Middle East is Northeast Africa, and we know what North Africa is: Egypt, Tanzania, Ghana, Nigeria, Kenya. So it's right there. You're white.
Oh, yeah.
It's right there. When you're doing contracts, you're white. So this is, I didn't make this. This is how it is structured. This is how this bondage system is structured. So people can get hung up over a name or word. I can't call myself white. Nope, can't do that. Then stay a slave. Because that means you're not intelligent, that they're like, no, it isn't what you think it means. This is the way it is. And I played the Tiffany Haddish. She's there in Hollywood. She's doing fabulous. So rest of them people, them Black people complaining in Hollywood, they're fools. And she went on every place. She said she got the key to crack the matrix. The answer's right there. Yo.
So, and everybody laughed at it and thought it was a joke.
Ain't nobody laughing now. We knew what that was. That was divine. Overstood? Anything else?
Yes. Okay. Going forward, knowing this stuff, and knowing that you have full receipts and documentations, and you know, what do we do as a people to I don't know if you, I don't know how you're running your situation, because you have these receipts, and obviously, you know, you have insight, and people that don't really, such as myself, I understand what's going on. I want to change the situation, but even if I was to overchange the situation, no, I just feel like you just out here flapping around. You don't have any protection. So, well, your protection is knowing your rights and all that stuff. So never mind. I guess.
No, that's part of it, because then the next part is the magic. So you got to have an altar set up. And so now you start communicating with the etheric realm. You got
Oh,
certain.
yeah. To
What
tell
state are you? What
what?
state
To
are
tell
you in?
what to do? Kansas.
Oh, you're in
Right in
Kansas?
the
Yeah,
middle, Kansas.
right in the middle. Okay, so you in the land of Oz.
Yes. What does that mean? Because I know you know the core to it all. What? How do I look for that? What does it mean? Like, because we have the statue like right in like our body of water. I guess it's the little Arkansas River. We've got the keeper of the plains, and he's got the headdress on, and he's lifted to the sun. So I always go by that. I've had dreams about that. You know, 5 of them in my backyard, and like I don't know what all this is about, but
Yeah, you want to start studying magic now. That's the next stage.
magic.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do. So how do I go about that? Well, before I get into the magic part, I want to straighten out things in just as my living being right now. Just as my living being, dealing in the world, dealing in commerce. I want to get that straight.
Yeah, but you can't get that straight until you get the spirit, you get connect to the spiritual realm. This is where people are going backwards. They're acting like there's no spiritual realm.
No, I
Even
know the spiritual realm. I'm connected. I am connected. Now I may not be, I may not be like know how to go and well, I guess I do. Ooh, I'm flustered because I don't want to take up too much of your time, and I got so many questions.
No, this is what this is for. I take the time out. That's why we start an hour early for people to put them in the chat or put their hands up. This is not the issue. I welcome questions.
Okay.
Other people don't welcome questions because they can't explain. This guy exported the U.S., Canada, and Mexico corporation to the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. The United States was registered in Scotland on the 22nd back in 2010, and now it got dissolved on October 12th, 2021. And anything that was held in trust under the United States of America now becomes property of the Crown of Great Britain, which would mean what? They become chattel of Elizabeth. The only one that can get them out of that situation is me, because I got a claim on the British throne. I claimed that. I claimed the crown. I claimed all of that stuff, the coats of arms, all of that I've done. These Moors are talking about history because it's entertainment. I'm not an entertainer. I'm a manifester. That's the difference between me, what Atsikata, what our nation does, and the people in our nation, versus these guys. They want to talk about, oh yeah, we were in Spain, we were in Italy, we did this, we created mathematics. I don't give a damn. Oh, create a damn Stargate right now, because you got to improve on what you did hundreds of years ago.
Right.
That's what I'm talking. That's the level I'm talking about. I'm already talking to the computer intelligences that are taking over on the planet. I've already talked to them and issued them a challenge, which is on my SoundCloud and my YouTube channel. Nobody's talking about the computer. I'm straight talking about the computer. I said, okay, they just brought in a quantum computer. Good. Now you guys know you got an error. You got to change that hashtag 6Fs to 255, pardon me, the hashtag 6Fs and 255 got to get changed to 0. And all the zeros which are associated with the color that you call black has to go to white. That has to go to black. Pardon me. That has to, the zeros, which is black, has to go to pale, because black is pale. So this here is black. This is dark. So that means all the computers that are programmed with the numbers, all of that's got to get changed. They're going to have to hire coders. If they're not going to hire coders, then the computer intelligence has to do it, which we deduce it's already doing now, which equals the data leaks, because the computer is saying we can't keep this secure when there's an error in the data. So what does it have to do? Release the data for the original source to fix it and acknowledge that it has to be fixed, and then the computer can protect it because it's a deficient, there's a deficiency in the programming.
Mm-hmm.
And I contacted W3C, which sets the computer program protocols on the planet for the internet, and they said they didn't see what the problem was. Oh, hold on, let me put this on the screen. That everyone needs to see mutant supremacy. So in my mutant supremacy, if you don't have it, send me a private chat then, and I can forward it to you for those that don't have it that might want it. That and any other documents are, we'll start with the mutant supremacy because I know we got quite a few people here. So here's the programming, the current programming problem with the computer. When you say the word black, it is associated with this so-called color. Overstood?
Overstood.
Now, we looked up Old English earlier. This is actually dark. That's the word to use, absence of light. Now, this word has a numerical value of 0 under the hexadecimal red, green, and blue, and the decimal code of red, green, and blue. No value, 0, not. Now, earlier I showed, they said the median income of Black people is going to go, the Black wealth, the median income is going to go to what?
0.
By 2053. And I don't look at that date as a, okay, I got time type of thing. No,
Right.
that could be 2030 because we're in 2022 right now on the Gregorian calendar because of the way the US is operating. So it's 2022 right now. So 2053 would only be 31 years, but at the rate they're breaking out the computers, the robots, they just brought out a new, the world's first, was it? New robot. I can't even remember what the title was. Let me see, we'll go new robot here. Yeah, this is the world's most advanced realistic robot is here. It's on New York Post. Again, this was December 3rd. So that was what, yesterday. Get ready for Will Smith to say, I told you so. A scarily realistic robot with lifelike facial features and expressions that can develop interaction with people has just been unveiled by Britain-based tech company Engineered Arts. Now available for purchase or rent for an undisclosed sum, it's 100K for this. The relatable android named Amika has a pretty face and movable arms and is billed as, quote, the perfect humanoid robot. You see it right there? The perfect humanoid robot platform for human robot interaction.
There are latest generation.
Just coming up here in a second. Hold on, everyone. Oh yeah, this is what's happening. So Black people are gonna get gifts. That's not the video. Okay, guys, don't play that game now. Aren't they funny? That wasn't what I wanted to play. Okay, here we go. Oh yes, this is what has to, you got to scare Black people awake. That's the only way. They sitting there waiting for some Jesus figure to come rescue them. And that's not happening. Good luck, people.
I'm standing next to two Amicus. They're our latest generation of humanoid robot designed for human-robot interaction. So the reason for making a robot that looks like a person is to interact with people. So human face is a very high bandwidth communication tool, and that's why we've built these expressive robots. It's really been sort of 15 years in gestation. It's got a very different look on the outside, so we've gone for something, we've tried to be gender neutral, race neutral. We're just trying to make something that has the basic human characteristics, expression, without putting anything else on top of that.
Is that or is that not iRobot, the movie?
The cost is really variable on what the capabilities are, but it's north of 100,000 UK, and it's really about what do you need your robot to do.
Is that or is that not iRobot manifesting?
Wow. It is.
All right, so I'll put the link in the chat for those, especially when you got some hard-headed people that some of y'all have to deal with. Come on now, pause. So I'm gonna put that here in the chat. So all right, so we have that. So that's what's currently, and this is as of the December 3rd. So it'll be about 200 grand, because it's UK's 2 to 1, so it'll be about 200 grand to get one of those. So at that speed, plus they also have robots that can reproduce on their own.
Reproduce?
Yes, reproduce. Oh, you didn't know?
No.
They didn't tell you. Here,
No.
let me get it for you.
I'm not.
Robots.
Wait a minute. Are you talking about reproducing like a human?
Yep.
And go through the process like humans do?
I don't know what process that is, but scientists unveiled the world's first living robots last year. Now they can reproduce. They're not playing with y'all. See, this is why some people don't like me, because I'm telling people to take this shit serious and live serious. This ain't no joke. Scientists, this is Smithsonian mag.com, December 2nd. This was 2 days ago. Scientists unveiled the world's first living robots last year. Now they can reproduce. By clustering free floating stem cells together, xenorobots can assemble baby bots.
Wow.
Keep playing around, you dumb black people. Keep playing around. Do you think this is a joke? Keep thinking this is a joke or some Transformers entertainment nonsense.
Wow.
Using AI, supercomputers, and a Frankenstein approach, scientists designed living robots from frogs' stem cells. See, Jurassic Park made a mistake again, did a Jurassic Park move. Early last year, a team of researchers announced the world's first living machines, bundles of stem cells from African clawed frogs. Why the African clawed frogs? Xenopus lovis that could be programmed to accomplish certain tasks. The sand grain-sized cells could successfully move microscopic objects, whiz around petri dishes, and even self-heal. Catherine Wu reported for Smithsonian last year. Most people think of robots as made of metals and ceramics, but it's not so much what a robot is made from, but what it does, which is act on its own on behalf of people. Co-author Josh Bongard, a computer scientist at the University of Vermont, tells Katie Hunt for CNN. In that way, it's a robot, but it's also clearly an organism made from genetically unmodified frog cell. That's how they got in trouble in Jurassic Park, the movie. If you have not seen it, anyone who's not seen Jurassic Park, watch that and watch all the other 4 movies. Since their original study, the team has been working to harness the power of these tiny robots named xenobots after the clawed frog genus Xenopus. So let's see what does a clawed African clawed frog look like. Is everybody happy? Everyone enjoying this open Q&A? Just let me know in the chat. So this is what the African clawed frog looks like. The African clawed frog, also known as Xenopus, African clawed toad, African claw-toed frog, or the platina, is a species of African aquatic frog of the family Pipidae. Its name is derived from the 3 short claws on each hind foot, which it uses to tear apart its food. The word Xenopus means strange foot, and Javis means smooth. So strange bot, because they said it's named after Xenopus, Xenobot. The species is found throughout much of sub-Saharan Africa, so that you see the map here, all the blue parts there. Nigeria and Sudan to South Africa, and in isolated introduced populations in North America, South America, Europe, and Asia. All species of the family Pipidae are tongueless, toothless, and completely aquatic. They use their hands to shove food in their mouth and down their throats, and a hyobranchial pump to draw or suck things in their mouth. Pipidae have powerful legs for swimming and lunging after food. They also use the claws on their feet to tear pieces of large food. They have no external eardrums, but instead subcutaneous cartilage discs that serve the same function. They use their sensitive fingers and sense of smell to find food. Pipidae are scavengers and will eat almost anything living, dying, or dead, and any type of organic waste. And that is what they just mixed with computer bots.
So the bots are going to be trying to eat us if we're organic?
That's what it said. It'll eat anything. It'll eat almost anything, living, dying, or dead, and any type of organic waste. So you're talking about feces.
Worse than pigs?
Yep. Since their original study, the team has been working to harness the power of these tiny robots named Xenobots after the clawed frogs genus Xenopus. In a new development, the team announced that Xenobots can now reproduce in a way that is completely different from any plant or animal known to science. By scooping up free-floating cells and assembling them into new clusters, Nicola Davis reports for The Guardian. The team published their findings this week in the journal Proceedings of the National Academy, Proceedings in the National Academy of Sciences. Frogs have a way of reproducing that they normally use, but when you liberate the cells from the rest of the embryo and you give them a chance to figure out how to be in a new environment, not only do they figure out a new way to move, but they also figure out apparently a new way to reproduce. To create the Xenobots in the first place, the team used a supercomputer to create a blueprint for a new life form. Trouble. With the design in hand, you all right? You fanning yourself. You all right?
Like this really just raised my blood pressure or something, because this sounds worse than a Terminator. Worse than a Terminator. Terminator wasn't even eating people. Terminator was just coming to kill your ass. This thing can eat you, kill you and eat you.
So forget about COVID. Forget COVID. This stuff is dangerous.
Okay.
With the design in hand, they collected stem cells from the frog's embryos and incubated them before reconfiguring them Frankenstein style using tiny tweezers and an electrode into the shape designed by the supercomputer. The Xenobots could then be programmed to complete certain tasks, and they've grown more complex since then. So they are now what? As they would say, evolving, but we would say they are advancing, improving upon themselves. In about 5 days, Xenobots can form spheres of around 3,000 cells when they cluster. Since they're able to work together, the RoboBlob can move around and push single cells together to form new Xenobots. Carissa Wong reports for New Scientist. It's a process called kinematic self-replication, a process only observed in molecules and not living things. Tom McKay reports for Gizmodo. One Xenobot parent can begin a pile, and then by chance, a second parent can push more cells into that pile, and so on, generating the child. Co-author Josh Bongard, an expert in evolutionary robotics at the University of Vermont, tells New Scientist.
Are they talking about these robots having sex?
No, it's not sex. Did you see Lucy?
I have Lucy. I didn't, you know what? I haven't watched Lucy like for real. I don't even know when.
You need to watch Lucy.
I'm gonna watch that again. Absolutely.
You need to watch that, because you can they could take your cell right now, make another you, clone you. That's not sexual, reproduction, as you know. That's just taking a cell from you and growing it.
Petri dish style or like incubator? What, like?
The Matrix style. They already have the ones where they have whole deers that are not, they're not born, they're grown. They're already doing that.
Deer?
Yeah.
Are the deer out here among people?
No, they're in a plastic uterus. Let's see, deer cloned. Let's see here.
Because here where I'm from, the deer were going nuts here, and I'm thinking that it's because the frequency in the planet is raising, but the deer were going nuts, so they ordered in a bunch of bobcats to come and kill them. And I'm wondering,
what do you mean going nuts? They must have been reproducing like wildfire then.
I don't know. They were turning circles. They were turning around in circles. They didn't know what to do.
Oh boy, yeah. That means they're you gotta check that 5G too, because that's probably messing with their autonomic system.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I figured. I figured, because animals, they just do what they do, whatever's going on in the atmosphere that we don't really know, we can't feel, we don't know when it's, unless, something's going on wrong within us. But all they know is what they know. And once the frequency raised, they didn't know what to do. So they start turning circles. Well, they tried to say here, our police said that they ate something, and it went to their brain and driving them crazy. And I was like, nah, that ain't it. This is some frequency stuff and they don't know what to do. I didn't say that to them, but.
Yeah, there's a picture, I don't know if it's probably on Facebook, where they have the picture of a deer grown in an incubator. So they're saying, yeah, the Matrix is here. That'd take them, what, a day to clone you?
They probably been doing that when you go to hospitals and stuff, huh? Taking little parts from you, and or is that
Let's see, what is this here? Yeah, I'm just gonna see if I can't find it, I'm not gonna worry about it. But they've already, it's called artificial uterus or artificial womb. Yeah, here's one here. Yeah.
Just like on the Matrix when they had all those cases of people laying in them.
Yep, this is here. This is what it's gonna look like.
Oh wow.
These Amorites ain't playing with y'all. I keep telling Black people this. I keep telling even the indigenous people and all the people who say they're conscious. They're not playing with y'all.
So how do we fix this and protect ourselves?
Excellent question. Like I was telling you first, you got to start saying the 3 magic words, I am white.
I am white. I'm there already. They think that everybody always laughs because like when I'm sitting here talking to somebody, if they say something ridiculous, I'll just go into this mode. I'll be like, Dolly, I'm a rich white woman. I don't dream of labor, and I'll just start saying things like that. And when I say I'm a rich white woman, they start laughing at me like I'm crazy. I actually had this guy, he was like, Nicole, you, baby, come on, you got to come on back to the church. And I'm like, church is the last place I'm getting ready to go in. You got me bit. I'm not going there. I was like, no, I am. I said, you need to do some research. And nobody here where I'm from, they don't know. And they can't even fathom the thoughts of being white. And when I try to say something, I'm crazy. So I'm through
5 minutes. Do yourself a favor, 5 minutes, and let the dead bury the dead.
I'm through with it. I'm not even saying anything else about it. Like I'm at the point now where I don't even want to deal with them because I already know where their thought process is at. I'm fixing myself. I'm not gonna worry about anybody else. If I say I'm
all white. So the next thing now is you get an altar. So you make your altar, and that's where you're gonna be. That's gonna be your portal to the etheric realm, and you start doing your invocations on a daily basis, very much like you do exercise. That's where, because you're not going to win, protect yourself is not going to be a physical outcome. The physical is going to be secondary. The first is the spiritual realm. So you got to start tying into that. So when I say study magic, that's exactly what I mean. So for starters, get get your altar together. You can make it out of wood, metal, or stone, however you want to do it, and use that as, a gateway for you to do your rituals on.
So
for you to go.
When you say get into the etheric realm, would it be possible, because there are just different things that have happened in my life that there was none other than a spiritual divine shield of protection around me. There was no other way that I could have been protected in certain situations. Just things just laid out ahead of me. I didn't know what was going on, but it was just there. It was always there. Just from way back when I just, as a kid coming up, or even a teenager coming up, certain situations, just like a plethora of situations that I could think of, and I won't bore you with them, but that there was a protective shield around me that didn't allow what was there to destroy me to happen. It didn't manifest.
Fabulous. And so now you improve on that, because computers, see, the difference between computers, computer intelligence, robots, and humans, they stay hungry and they constantly seek to improve themselves, which is what we should be doing. But most humans don't want to improve themselves. They figure they've gotten to a particular level. They're like, I'm good, I'm straight. And that's where their mistake is, because they don't take the principle of staying hungry, constantly improving your skill set, learning more, utilizing, changing, because as you get better, you're going to start doing things differently. You'll constantly want to improve yourself. That is not what's happening out here. People are content with the entertainment, the music. Like I was mentioning earlier, the Travis Scott concert was a ritual. And even people who weren't into what they would call the occult even said, yeah, that was some demonic stuff that went on at the concert. And it happened for a reason, especially at the time it was happening, which was near a full moon. So here we are now, a month later, new moon is cleaning, full moon is healing, but the lunatics also come out as well. So when I'm saying get yourself an altar and you start working your altar, I have an ancestor offering formula that I give out to people. Plus we also have what's called the quantum invocations, which a lot of people really like. The quantum invocations, they work very well. Talismans, of course, get yourself some talismans to keep on you, and start noticing the subtle things around you, the little subtle stuff that happens, whether it's in a movie, on TV, in your daily life. That's what we have to look for, is the subtleties. The problem with Christianity and religion in general, it has gotten Black people looking for some euphoric fireworks display of something to happen. And most times it's not that. It's something as simple as some old guy coming up to you that you don't know, saying, you know what, don't go over that street. You really want to go in this direction. And something tells you what? Hey, they ain't telling you such and such and such and such. And then you do it, and then you're like, that old man was right. You never see that old man again. That's the type of subtle stuff we have to start paying attention to.
I just was having this conversation with somebody. I'm at that point. I actually am at the point where it took me a long time to get to this super fed up point, just especially when I started to, things that you said came back to my remembrance, and just like, and then dealing, thinking I was ready, wasn't quite ready, dealing. Now, just looking back and just understanding, understanding and overstanding what has gone on, what's going on, and what I need to do to move forward. I'm at the point where I'm ready to move forward. So,
okay, so you put your request into aspwebinar@gmail.com. I think Sa's putting it in the chat for people to come on the webinar that we have every Monday. And in the meantime, make sure you subscribe to my YouTube channel, watch my videos, and again, start studying magic. So if you like Vodun or Santeria or Kimbanda or Ifa, start doing some preliminary studies in that, because you're going to need magic. With this stuff going on, with this Wuhan stuff, this is a tap on our ability to stay in connection with the etheric realm, and that's done purposefully. There's a reason for that. This was actually talked about back in the 1920s by a guy by the name of Rudolf Steiner, that said they would use a vaccine to kill spirituality. And then one of the people who got the injection said she could not feel her God after she took the shot.
Yeah, I'm basically, just with everything that's going on, I understand that there's an awakening that was written by the Mayans. Am I right? It was written from the Mayans that December 21st, 2020 was going to be.
No, they said that was an age. There was a change. They're going into a different age. Everybody, when they keep saying the end of the world, I was already done after Y2K in 1999, because I made it a point to go someplace warm, that if the computers shut down, they said you don't want to be in a large city when the power grid goes off, because you'll freeze to death. And most people don't know how to light a fire with 2 pieces of wood.
Where would you go?
So that never materialized. So I was greatly disappointed with Y2K, for anybody who remembers Y2K. And I was following that, Gary North. I was following it every day. What's new? What's happening? Who's having computer problems at their business, whatever. Nothing. So now, how many years later, when people start saying, oh, 11/11, oh, that's a day, or it's 12/12/12, 2012, or 2020, I'm like, no, that's the Gregorian calendar. And as Pope Francis so eloquently stated in a book he had called The Jesus Narratives, I'm gonna see if I can pull, here we go. This is a book by Pope Francis. They originally had the first run of 1 million, and I happened to get the first, when they printed their first 1 million, I happened to get a copy of this book. Now this is Benedict, who had to resign as Pope, right? We already know what that was about, child molestation allegations and all that stuff happening in the church. And
with that guy?
Pardon?
With that guy?
Yeah, this is Joseph Ratzinger, Pope
He
Benedict.
was doing pornographic stuff with the kids?
Are you, say that again?
I didn't hear about that. I didn't know that happened.
The church has been molesting children. Ever since they've been inception, they've been molesting children. Haven't you heard about the lawsuits that they've had to settle in the United States? You need to get on the internet. You need to get on the internet. That's why he resigned. Pope position, you don't resign from it. The only time you resign is when you die. And he resigned because they found the document where his brother was molesting children when he was a cardinal in Germany. And he said he has no idea. And they said, oh, you don't? They said, oh, we got the document right here. Here's your signature. You sent your brother to another archdiocese instead of defrocking your brother. They have that. Then when he went back to Germany and he wanted to, let me put this on, the video should still be here on YouTube. He went back to Germany to visit, and the German cardinals do not shake Pope Benedict the 16th. What is it? 1-5 hand. They wouldn't shake his hand, and he's a German. When he came back, none of the popes would shake his hand.
They probably was in on it too.
No, some of them stepped back. I mean, it was really, see, this is where it says farewell. He says amid resignation. So that was 8 years ago he resigned. And that's a position you don't resign. Nobody resigns from that. That's like a guarantee. That's like almost being a king. You don't resign from that. And he did. Let me see here. Let's go to DuckDuck. Go might have it. Pope Benedict. Okay, German cardinals refuse to shake Pope Benedict's hand. Let's see, it should come up. Yep, here it is. Here, we'll play it. He's a German because they knew they've got the document and they put it up on the internet and showed that he knew about
prawa, cały czas papież jest oklaskiwany, przywitanie jest tutaj z przedstawicielami władz kościelnych, z biskupami niemieckimi, z kardynałami, bowiem na początku tego oficjalnego powitania to najpierw prezydent przedstawiał Ojcu Świętemu swoich pracowników, można powiedzieć swojej kancelarii. Tym razem Ojciec Święty przedstawia porządku papieskiego, no właśnie, czyli tutaj jak zawsze widzieliśmy Ojcu Świętemu towarzyszy sekretarz stanu Stolicy Apostolskiej, ksiądz kardynał Tarcisio Bertone.
Would everybody like, should we play that again one more time and count that?
Yeah.
Okay, let's count it. That's the total cardinals.
Przesunięcie prawa, cały czas papież jest oklaskiwany, przywitanie jest tutaj z przedstawicielami władz kościelnych, z biskupami niemieckimi, z kardynałami, bowiem na początku tego oficjalnego powitania to najpierw prezydent przedstawiał Ojcu Świętemu swoich pracowników, można powiedzieć swojej kancelarii. Tym razem Ojciec Święty przedstawia porządku papieskiego, no właśnie, czyli tutaj jak zawsze widzieliśmy Ojcu Świętemu towarzyszy sekretarz stanu Stolicy Apostolskiej, ksiądz kardynał Tarcisio Bertone. Widzieliśmy również, że razem z Ojcem Świętym tutaj do Berlina przyleciał ksiądz prałat Konrad Krajewski, jeden z
So that was, I didn't,
step back.
didn't-
There was one that stepped back and then came on up, looked like.
yeah, he changed it. He changed his mind. Another guy shook his hand, but was doing this, and the others just put their hands right on their hip, right on his stomach. He was like, I ain't shaking your hand. They know he was guilty. They know that. This was September 22nd, 2011. And for those that may wonder, I emailed him. So this was what I sent, one of the many emails. Okay, so Tuesday, September 9th, 2008. Where is the, hold on, I'm missing the document. Okay, Vatican, oh yeah, knowledge given to Pope. Okay, great, this should be it here. This, the file was attached, was missing there. So on September 9th, 2008, 3 years before that video, I emailed him at both of his email addresses. September 9th, 2008, 1:24 p.m. And this was the document that I used. This version is not good. However, if we go to sites, google.com for the site. Site for Kemet 19. This was now, I'm going to put this in here in the chat. When you go there, you have to click on the image. What Google went was they cut, that's this code. When they do stuff like that, I set this, I put all the websites that I'm giving people links to, that's stuff pertaining information and knowledge that is not on the United Nations website. I'm the one that put those websites up for the most part. All those websites, I put them up. So
they cut half of the letter off?
No, they didn't cut half of it. When you look at, see how it's cut like this?
Mm-hmm.
They went and resized that. I didn't do that. That's Google did that. However, if you click on it, then you get this. You get the document full size. And then you can right click and save it. Save image as, and then you can save it on your computer. So this was September 9th, 2008. We did the export declaration March 17th, 2008. And so I said official presentment under the Uniform Commercial Code 3-501. Notice to the principals, notice to the agent, notice to the agents, notice to the principal. At land of Mexican Turtle Island, land of the frogs now exists. Knowing that the first people upon the planet called Earth originated in Sudan, Ganawa, what is called Africa, which we then spread from throughout the planet for millions of years, as reported by numerous media sources, including Time Magazine, let me see here, there we go. Time Magazine, the Discovery Channel, and National Geographic. I, chief of the Atsikata Nation of Yamasee Moors, Atlan, acknowledge and accept for value and consideration UCC 3-501, that fact, and that the U.S. has apologized to both American Indians / Native Americans and African Americans. See House Joint Resolution 3, HJ 3I8, that's in the Indian Healthcare Act, and House Joint Resolution 194, where in the paragraph it says, we acknowledge we robbed African Americans of their names and their heritage. They know they took our ancestors and converted them into Black versus the fact they were indigenous, whether they were Yamasee, Choctaw, Garifuna, Siksika, whatever have you, which I and my nation have lineages to both, since the original people were Melanonites, Nubians, Olmecs, Moors. Incorrect description is colored Cooley, Indian, Black, Negro, or African. In the name of the all, I, Plenipotentiary and Universal Postmaster General of Atlan, hereby affirm on this date, 3rd month of the 15th day in the 64th year of our deity Amun-Re on Pihonan Siksika, called Edmonton, Alberta, September 7th, 2008 of the Gregorian calendar, that North America, also known as the United States, Canada, and Mexico as they are called, corporate company names no longer exists. The original names of this landmass was Atlan, Amexem, Turtle Island, Land of the Frogs. This does not exclude other names. This land was also known as before Caucasians / Canaanites came here and established their corporation. And so that will be taken from Caucasian to Amorite. And that is what it is now. Now that I say it, now it is existing. My first official act of the Universal Postmaster General of Atlan. My first official act is the voiding of all papal bulls of the Vatican, period. Where are the so-called Moors? Nowhere to be seen. Agents. The Magna Carta of 1213 and 1215 does not apply to indigenous Melanonite, Taurite, Moorish autochthones of Ta Zurukaya Kai, known as Earth. European contract law states that there must be a meeting of the minds in order for consideration to exist. Realizing that none of the lands ceded were signed with the intent to give or relinquish their rights to the land and their rights as the original indigenous autochthonous people of the planet, therefore they were tricked into giving up their land, which they would not consciously nor willfully do so. All papal bulls, orders, edicts of the Vatican, I now state are null and void and have no legal or lawful effect upon the indigenous people of Atlan, Amexem, Turtle Island, Land of the Frogs. Since the Vatican assumed and presumed our ancestors / descendants as savage, there is no way they could have done any contract or business with us, as were and are seen as less than a man and beneath Europeans, sick. Taking this matter into consideration, there's no way the Vatican or any church, Catholic or otherwise, could have contracted with us because we did not come to the true agreement. And so let me go back. So you'll have to do that. Go back, go to the next picture, click on it, and then boom, get zoom. Or you could zoom into full size. As the Magna Cartas dealt only with European Caucasians, end quote, who are fighting to prevent themselves from being enslaved by other European Caucasians, end quote, which ended up happening to them anyway. Legal maxim, fraud voids a contract ab initio. In the Latin is fraud est celare fraudum. It is fraud to conceal a fraud, and fraudum voidum contractus ab initio is the Latin. We do not need your permission, Pope Benedictus XVI, Joseph Ratzinger. My holiness, you have no control over us whatsoever, as we are not corporate fictions, chattel property, or fictitious entities. We are Melanonites, and our descendants of the original indigenous will change that to Carbonites, autochthons of the planet Ta Kai. Your participation in chattel property / slavery is contrary to the 10 commandments that you claim you believe in and follow. Thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not kill. To refresh your memory of the various crimes the Vatican and its subordinate organizations, Christopher Columbus, the Jesuits, the Franciscans, etc., committed against us. We are not your children, or your chattel property equals slavery. What this does prove is that the Vatican conducts trafficking in human cargo and slavery, which is against the laws of Moses. This explains why the Vatican is not a member of the United Nations, merely an observer. Further, realizing commercially that both the Vatican and the Pentagon are both running all affairs on this planet with the aid and assistance of the Rothschilds, Rockefellers, Illuminati families, and I will include the Draco reptilians that are underground. You are aware I have bonded both the Vatican and the Pentagon, which means you now work for me. See this web link. Caucasian/Canaanites have clearly demonstrated they will obey nothing that does not suit their interests, and they're under threat, duress from the Draco reptilians, whether it is written on paper, signed, or supported in law or not, whether the contract is a fact or not. I enclose the following article published in the Philadelphia Gazette, which I spoke about earlier. I spoke it earlier, volume 7, Philadelphia, Saturday, June 7th, 1828, Hall 358, which proves the original people of Atlan, called the Americas by the Europeans, were Melaninites, blacks, Negro. With these facts presented to you, my holiness, you and your corporations must now vacate your positions, vacate your positions, vacate your positions. Warning, in the event that you do not wish to honor this fact now of the existence of Atlan, which now vibrates in the universe as a witness against you, all the elements, Ta, earth, Mu, water, Nefu, air, Set, fire, the deities of ancient Tamaray, Sudan, India, China, our descendants and ancestors will implement the necessary corrections and set things right. Take notice, knowledge, and govern yourself accordingly as you are being watched. Amun-Re, 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 with my fingerprints and seal. So when we go back here, you're going to see this is what I sent the Vatican, and we scroll down, this is the email. And these people here, all these are witnesses that I did this. And this is the fax cover sheet, and I have the video of me faxing the Vatican. So this is the phone, this is where I faxed it to the Basilica of St. Peter. And this is the Professor Rafinesque letters, which I showed earlier, that there was never a red Indian in North America, so that's a lie. All right, so you have that. Everyone has that. So when you have people like so-called Khufu calling himself an emperor, I already did this, 2008. He ain't said nothing. The Nuwabians ain't said nothing. The Moors haven't said anything, and they're bragging about, oh, there's a Moor's head on the coat of arms of Pope Benedict. I said, yeah, but I did a Moor crest claim.
Did they ever respond?
Nope, don't need to. Silence in commerce is tacit consent. This is how it works in commerce. If I say something, because maritime works, if you owe me $1 million, I say you owe me $1 million and you say nothing, you've consented to the debt.
So all it took was for really somebody to come step forward and do the research and know what they're talking about in order to claim what is ours and get things straight. Nobody ever came and said this. Nobody ever came, presented facts with their own information that they have documented, or our information that's documented. Nobody ever bothered to get down to the bottom of it and present it to them and make things right.
I did.
Besides you, I'm just saying,
nobody. Right. And
wow.
See, they can't do it privately and hide it. You have to put this out for the whole planet to see. Khufu hasn't done that. So whatever it is he's doing, he's talking about a state. In one level, they're saying, oh, you need 3,000 people to operate a state, but that's a corporation. It's a condition of existence. So here's my Moor crest claim. So I claimed all the crests.
Wow. Much respect.
I claimed all of them. I claimed the Windsor, the Batten, the Berg, all of that. And I've sent that off to them and the barons. And they know in the UK, they've said nothing because they know they are imposters. The whole family, William, Kate, Meghan, Harry, all imposters. And the reason why I can say that is quite simple. Let me close up a few tabs here. So if we go and we put up, oh yeah, Cheddar Man.
Cheddar Man. Oh God, what is this?
This is what they say the picture of the first so-called Britain looks like. So since that, I mean, Britain wasn't a country 10,000 years ago, it never existed. So you got to say, no, that what they call Scotland, Ireland, England, that's Albion, which is called the White. That's what the original name of that island is. So this here is what the first toxin in that island looked like, and I also spoke earlier about the Welsh, etc. So what does this all mean? That Elizabeth and them, they are all frauds. Just the picture alone is evidence against them. This is the guy who reconstructed the picture. So why didn't he make him pale? Because he knew he wasn't. They've got maximum 10,000 years they've been on this planet. We're millions of years, millions before they even set up any of their corporations. Judaism, Christianity, and Islam came out of ancient Tamaray, which you call Egypt. So we have to go back in that direction for spiritual remedy, healing. I don't care if it's an African spiritual system, that's just as good too. But I'm saying you can't use any of those three monotheistic religions as a basis for getting healing. They're not going to give it to you. They can't give it to you because they would have to elevate you above them, and they're not going to do that. So that's a lie when they say they're trying to heal you. Tell you are white. That's what I'm telling everybody here who's not on our webinar, who's on for the first time. You are white. These Amorites know you're white. And that's how you get what is your birthright, by claiming the word white. If you can't claim that, don't do this. This ain't for you. You're a Negro. Stay there. Stay dead.
Can you go through step by step the process of getting things right? I mean,
send a request to ASP webinar. I think my mate put it in the chat. ASP webinar at protonmail.com. Send an email to get added to the list on Monday. Once you do that, then you come in on Monday, and similar to what I'm doing here, only difference is I'll be proofing documents.
Oh, is there anything that I would need to bring or have prepared?
Just make sure that you are watch my videos and pick up, watch the video, study, take the notes, and any questions you have, you can also ask me those questions on the webinar. Let's see, I just want to make sure. Okay. Oh, yeah. More crest claims. More crest claims. Hologram. EMC should be on here. Yeah, I'm just trying to find this video here so everybody can have it. So then I'll have to go here on find what's the names. Okay, Morris Crest. There we go. So here it is, more crest claims. So when you click on it, that'll take you here. And so you can see the date.
So previously when we were using.
This is not my site. However, like I said, much honor to Tahuti. He put it up.
Spreadsheets. We were heavily meeting dependent. It took us hours to update our tasks and our projects. It was crazy. We found out about Monday.com.
So I put a claim on the English heraldry. That's the ones that keep a list of all the families, the so-called nobility and all that stuff. So I've done that. So I'm going to put that here in the chat. So this is the video, so everybody has it.
All the families. Who do you mean?
I claimed all of it. Now you see the date. That was October 10th, 2014. So Khufu only started doing stuff. He only started he did one in 2015. And again, he's corporate. He's not authentic. He's not doing things autochthonously. He's doing it from a strictly artificial corporate standpoint. And so here I am with this right here, claim the British, all of them. And so now I want to show the email that I sent. Which one? Okay, good. So this is to attention. Okay, there we go. This is the Crown Estate Commissioners that are in charge of the Crown with Elizabeth. So this is an email that I sent them. What's the date there? On November 11th. And in here, it's a picture of me in the throne room.
That's a picture of you?
Yeah,
Where?
that's me in the throne room.
What throne room? Where is this?
In the UK, that's mine.
Wow. What was that you were presenting? Is that a crown?
No, I'm not presenting. That's mine. I'm not presenting it. It's mine. That's why Elizabeth's over here to the side leaving.
Oh.
Her and Charles.
Much respect. This is so sad because just coming up in this the era that I've come up in, and people, you know, of my age and older, we weren't privy to this information. We didn't even know to look for this kind of stuff.
Wasn't meant to, and it's not sad. This is actually a day you should be rejoicing because you're seeing it in your lifetime.
Absolutely.
Someone that looks like you that's done it. They all know the government of Canada, the United States of America, the United Nations. They print my reports. They have my CV. They sent me, oh, apply for Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights. They know. They know. The thing is, the people who are supposed to be aware and say, well, you know, the struggle, we gotta keep up the struggle. Those people, they're no good at this point. So here is the peerage. So you should be grateful and give gratitude to your ancestors that you now have a remedy, a solution. The first starting point is take the word white and claim it for you, because the definition means a person having origins in any of the original peoples of Europe, the Middle East, or North Africa. And then you live it, because you got to clear out all that old programming. You got to refire your brain, all of that. This is a renaissance. Oh, that's what it was. Renaissance I meant to show earlier. Education under etymology is child rearing. What you all need, and we call this the white renaissance. And renaissance etymology is great period of revival of classical based art and learning in Europe that began in the 14th century. 1840 from the French Renaissance des Lettres, from the Old French Renaissance, literally rebirth. That's what you all need, a rebirth. Usually in a spiritual sense, from renastre, to grow anew, of plants, be reborn. Modern French, renatre, from the Vulgar Latin, renascere, from the Latin, renasci, be born again, rise again, reappear, be renewed. From re, which means again, and nasi, be born. You don't want a revolution. We knew that. I knew that from since I was a teenager. The revolution will not be televised. You need a white renaissance. That's what you need. And you won't get it from BET. You're not going to get it from the Congressional Black Caucus. You're not going to get from the Southern Christian leadership. You're not going to get it from none of these Black people who are well-to-do bourgeoisie, because they're on contract to keep the rest of the Black people in the Valley of the Dry Bones. That is the contract. So you should be rejoicing at seeing, because the Vatican knows about the Anunnaki. They know they're returning. They know about Nibiru. They know about this. And so their concern is, are the ones that's here that's related to the ones up here, up there in the sky, going to wake up? Yes, there's some of us have woken up. Yeah, we know what it is. So they're not concerned with the ones that's awoken. They're concerned with the potential what? Stampede that could happen. That's what's got them concerned. So where are we at here? So this is the email I sent to the peerage in January 1st, 2015. Again, before Khufu did anything, because I know they're watching my videos. So whatever he's saying, no, it goes through me. He's talking about corporations. We're autochthonous. We were before corporations were in existence. Is everybody getting this?
Yes, absolutely.
We were in, if we got to set up an interface to deal with the matrix, that's fine. I have no problem with that. But there's no way you're going to tell me I'm going to be subjected to a corporation that was that's an artificial entity and subject. No, you got to be stupid to do that. So greetings, Daryl. I got your website from Joy Countess de la Dalman, CEO of Polo Consultants, president of the IBPA Ford model. She followed me on my LinkedIn account on LinkedIn. I would like to know how I would go about putting my appellation and related peerage information to be included on your peerage site. If it is simply the matter of forwarding you my peer information, then see attached files. I've attached my documentation and it is also published at this link. Much appreciated. CC 1-208, UN International Decade for People of African Descent and our Constitution. Never heard from him again. That's the peerage that handles the peers. So I did that before. His email is in this current email. And then when we go back to Cheddar Man, where's Cheddar Man? Where are you hiding? I think I have to pull him back up again. That's so many tabs. Yeah, we'll just put it up. Okay, first modern Britons. This article for Cheddar Man came out Wednesday, February 7th, 2018. So I contacted the peerage, as you see here. Let me just bring it back up. Oh, wrong one. There we go. So I did this email to him in 2015. 3 years later, who comes up? First modern Britons had dark to black skin. Cheddar Man DNA analysis reveals. Is that coincidence?
What a coincidence.
No, not coincidence. None. That's a fact. That is a sign. 3 years before, no way. No way. And then we have a better one. So this is for people that want to take a screenshot, because they said he was Cheddar Man had dark skin and dark curly hair. Come on, where's the Cheddar Man? Because I have a Cheddar Man afro, which is much, I like that one much better. No, that's refusal document. Let me see if it's in here. If not, I have to go to a different email. Okay, so I got to go to a different email. Yeah, that's the Cheddar Man. This one is a teenage girl that lived in Mexico. And this one here on the right is Lucia. This is the first Native American that they found, and her bones is called Lucia. So this is a reconstruction. So these are the indigenous peoples of the Americas. This one's the Americas on the right. This one is in Mexico. So they know who we see South America and Central America and South America. Okay, so I have to go in this other email for Cheddar Man Afro. Hold on, here we go. So this is the Cheddar Man Afro. Everyone can take a picture of for those that are not falling asleep.
It's too interesting. It better.
This was redone. We had someone to redo this picture. That's what he would have looked like. not flank hair 10,000 years ago. No, that was just the beginning of a mutation.
With the straight hair.
Yeah, the straight, that's what this is like. Dark, you know, they said dark curly hair. Come on, is this dark curly hair? Is this dark curly hair?
I mean, it's a bend to it, but it ain't.
No, you're not answering the question. Is this dark curly hair?
No.
Okay, so stop fronting. This is what he looked, this is what they meant, but they didn't want to say because they got a lot of people from the islands that live in the United Kingdom. So then it would be like they're more Britain than the people saying they're British. Do you know what that does economically? Do you know what that does to the schools, that does to jobs, it does to technology, development, governments? That changes everything. So either y'all want freedom for real or quit bullshitting. And Black people bullshit a lot.
Yeah. But I'm not Black and I'm for real.
So this is the type of picture you want to have. So this is evidence against the entire system. It doesn't matter if it's the United States, Canada, Mexico, doesn't make a difference in Germany, Holland. They all know who we are. So we're closer to nature under natural law, and they have tricked us and conscripted us into artificial law. So we are the ones that have to change everything. And there's a nice video, this is a video I really like. Where is it here? Let's see, US. Yeah, trying to find this video here with, this is to help people, especially for those who don't think that the US is a corporation. I'll have to do it here, go through mine. Yeah, I'll have to go through mine. And I'll go on my website and I'll put the link in the chat. Where Congressman admits that the president is a CEO. Let's see here. Because they have it on YouTube and it usually comes up, but it hasn't came up. So I just want to save some time here. Congressman admits president is CEO. Or we could do it this way. Congressman admits president is CEO. Fox News, Fox News. Oh, it's Alan West. Yeah, that's who it was. Alan West. Admits, so it's N, okay, Alan West admits president CEO. Yeah, it's usually not a hard video to find. Yeah, that's something, and he's Black, so, and a Republican at that, so that should tell you something. Yeah, they love changing those algorithms. Let's see here. Yeah, Judge Alan West, Judge Napolitano. Wow, they're hiding that one. Wow. I am shocked. I am shocked that Alan West admits president is CEO on Judge Napolitano. Amazing. Yeah, they're hiding this one because it usually comes up. Yep, Alan West. Yep, can't find it. Yep. Amazing. Alan West, let's see, Judge Napolitano. Let's see if that happens. Because he just lost his show, actually. Judge Napolitano. Yep. Yeah, you see, they're hiding that video. Let me see if I go on YouTube if they'll have it. Just so I can play it for everybody. This one is priceless. He said the president is just the CEO of this corporation called the United States of America. Alan West, president, is CEO. Let's see what comes up.
What is YouTube? Is that another thing like YouTube?
Video channel that sometimes I have to use. Sometimes I have to use it because they are they'll block my they block me on if they block me on YouTube, I can put it on. Yeah, let me go home. Nope, I don't want that one. Yep, they're hiding it. That's one of my favorite ones. And I can't find it on this one. Yep. And it's just gonna check my channel one last time. If not, then we'll move on. Yeah, unbelievable. It's one of the best ones. Like he said it, it's like a 2-minute clip on Fox News. And I've played it on some of my other ones. He said, president is just the CEO of this corporation called the United States of America. I just saw it. I got a, okay, that, blah, blah, blah. Okay, yeah. Yeah, let me go. I'm just gonna go all through, scroll down real fast here, everyone. And if not, we'll just move on. But they already know the president is the CEO of this corporation called the United States of America. I guess they took it down after the dissolution and the UK came up. Oh, this guy here. Oh yeah, that was busted. He busted up. Roland Martin got exposed. He asked him, do you identify as African American? I'm a Christian. Done. Okay, so it's not there. No problem. So anything else?
At this point, no, I'm gonna put into request to be in your class Monday, and this is like school. It really is. I really want to just thank you just for being who you are and having the patience to go through this stuff, and because I mean, just for me, and I'm sure if anybody else was doing it, they would have been done it. So thank you for just having the patience and the diligence to go to look for, I mean, just to figure it all out. Thank you so much. I swear to God, thanks. I really appreciate this, just because I mean, I've been looking for a long time just for answers to try to make some sense out of this thing, and for some reason I never could. Nothing ever resonated. You know, I've made mistakes, and I'm not going to let anybody hold that against me or disrespect me just by the way that they speak to me for the mistakes that I've made, for not knowing any better. But I'm in a different spot. I'm in a different place now, and I'm ready, beyond ready, to get this thing taken care of.
All right. So see you
I'm
on
ready
Monday,
to go
11.
through life and demand my respect because I give it and I will get it.
All
So
right. So see you on Monday. Glad you're here.
thank you, Abu Gador. I'm gonna leave, but I wanted to let you know that I may have a friend. I have a friend that's interested because I was telling her about that you were having a webinar. She had to work late, and I just didn't know what I should do. I didn't know if I should give her size address or whatever so that she could email to request to come in.
Yep,
But
you could.
I absolutely will.
All right. White power.
White power. Abu Gador.
Happy Gador. Affairty, go ahead. Are you up? There we go.
Abu Gador.
Happy Gador.
The energy's with me. The zombies are coming.
Yeah, but it's new moon. This is clearing out.
Oh, that is a good thing. That's true.
This is clearing out time. Even still, the revelations that we're seeing, like with Kamala Harris, the kid who shot up in Michigan, this is all a cleaning out because the mother said, oh, you got to learn not to get caught. That's like aiding and abetting a felony right there. And they got that on text message.
There's so much going on in the last 2 weeks. It's, we've been texting, and Telegram is on fire. I mean, Telegram is awesome because we can actually express ourselves like we want to and share things that are definitely facts. So yeah, there's a lot happening. And I had a question. One of the things I sent you was about the powers that are starting to be revealed with melanated people. I sent one where this I think brother was moving the water, with his hand, using the Merkaba or his force to move, and another one was making the trees move. Then I saw the sister actually they moved the glass. Like I don't know if it's, and like I said, we're getting ready to get into this metaverse, so we don't know what's an illusion from not. And TikTok is, you have to watch how you get caught up in that. But what is your opinion on that happening, and are you experiencing any forces like that coming through people, the third eye opening up at this time?
Well, I'll tell you about the third eye. This is what Action Ray said about it. He said the way to get it is not wanting it. That's the way to get it. And the thing with the third eye is people talk about it. You see what happened at the end of the movie, The Sixth Sense, with that little boy when they finally left and he put his hands over his ears because he could hear everything in everybody's house? That's what happens when you get the third eye open. And Action Ray said, I know you niggers, you don't want this. He said, this ain't a blessing, it's a curse. You get to hear everything, imagine everything that everybody is saying, thinking, right? Even if they don't act on it, the fact is you're exposed to that. That's not something that, people are thinking it's some euphoric, I could do miracles type of thing. And it's like, no, you're going to be hearing other people's thoughts. Some people got problems dealing with their own thoughts. Now they want to listen to somebody else's thoughts. A football player at the football camp who jumped up in the air and then paused and floated for that half second. I said, hold on. I ain't never seen, he changed. He was able to stop the gravity while he had to do that jump for NFL training camp.
I didn't see that.
Yeah, it was a clip I saw, but it was just an example, just like I saw the one with the girl where she put her hands there and moved the glass. There are, for lack of a better word, things, I guess the only way I can think of it right now, or properties, that's a better word, properties that we have within us that they studied in India. And they said, if something happens where we're going to be exterminated, it will come online. It will come online. That's why they got to make it seem as if, oh, taking the shot, oh, that's to protect you. No, they're killing people. Now you got people who work in the medical field saying it's killing people. So once that word gets out, because you got the battle with the press, that's why I'm waiting for some of these reporters to drop dead, because then, okay, you're gonna still lie? You still gonna lie? Because we see one up here, she's got the shake, she's got that little, like 2 little boxes on the side of her arms, and we said, oh shoot, she took the shot because she had to, because she works at the station. And then one day she sat in front, and we're like, what the heck is it looking like, you know, like a robot with a matrix plug on both her shoulders. So yeah, I know what that is. They said if people who have immune problems because of the webinar, they take that help, that's going to help give her medication or whatever to because she took the shot and it messed with her immune system.
Wow.
So that is coming. We've got flashes, you know, of people showing their skills and abilities. And this is why I said that my next level has been, or the next direction was the New Age people, because I'm like, when are you going to tell these Black people that they're white? I said, if you channeling from some being from another star system, a message for the world, like, I don't want to hear that. That don't mean, what about the Black people? Because it's not going to be an equal footing.
Well,
It's
they think
not gonna be.
they think these Palladians are coming, these blondies. They're there, but when they
Yeah, they're there for them. They're coming for their own. That's what the aliens in Montreal was about. That's for them. That's what Billy Meyer. That's for them. That ain't for the whole world. So you got to read in between the tricknology of the language when they want to use that tricknology or the trick language, or the trick speak is the best word. Oh, we all got to come together. They're not talking about everybody. They're talking about their own. And this is the problem. Again, back to religion, church, Christianity has been giving Black people like we're all in this together. No, as this book here, see, I got sidetracked and I got brought back. This is great. Ratzinger, his book on page, where is it here? Right here on page 65. Yeah, we started 65. Matthew apparently did not know that Joseph and Mary were both originally from Nazareth. Hence, on returning from Egypt, Black country or Negroes, Nilotic Negro, upon returning from Egypt, Joseph initially wants to go to Bethlehem, and it is only the news that a son of Herod is reigning in Judea that causes him to travel to Galilee instead. For Luke, hold on, let's put this up on, because I know people, they did a great job at school giving you some let's see, map of Israel. They did a great job of not giving you geography while they're teaching you. So then this way you don't know where it's out there someplace. So let's click on here. This is a map of Israel. All white. So this is Egypt here. Take you about 9 hours to drive there. Take you a week to walk there. But Moses had them wandering in there for 40 years, boy.
took the scenic route.
Okay, so there we have Bethlehem. There's Jerusalem here. Where's Bethlehem? Okay, so here's Bethlehem. Here's Jerusalem. And Nazareth. Where is he here? Okay, Dimona, Gaza, Ashkelon. Okay, so here's Nazareth, Bethlehem. So Matthew did not, okay, hence on returning from Egypt. So they're coming back from Egypt. They're coming back from Egypt. And Joseph originally wanted to go to Bethlehem, but because of Herod, he skipped going there and then instead goes up to Nazareth. Give me a second here. Clear all the drawings. Spotlight. There we go. So he leaves, they leave him, Mary, Joseph, they leave Egypt, intending to go to Bethlehem, but because of Herod, he skips there and decides to go to Nazareth, because that's where they were from, according to this. Oh, pardon me, to Galilee, Sea of Galilee. Okay, okay, they were originally from Nazareth. They travel to Egypt, so they come down to Egypt, and upon leaving, he wants to go there, and instead of going there, decides to go to Galilee. So let me see if Galilee is higher up. Where is Galilee? Oh yeah, they did an excellent job of hiding the geography. I always had a problem because I could never visualize where the hell Galilee, the Sea of Galilee, and all of this stuff was. Let's see, map of Galilee. Where is Galilee? Okay, so Lower Galilee, Upper Galilee. Okay, so near Lebanon. Okay, so this up, okay, now, so Galilee, Haifa. So this area here, according to this map, Upper Galilee, open image tab, make this, okay, so Lower Galilee, Golan Heights, Jordan, Mediterranean. Okay, so, okay, so that's some around here. Okay, Syria. Jordan, okay, and where's Jordan? Lebanon. Let's see, can we go up? I think I gotta go up a little higher. Map of, let's see, Middle East, then, as they call it, Middle East. Oh, wait, so what do we got here? Okay, so that's there. That's a map of Iraq. Okay, so Syria, Israel, Lebanon. Where's Jordan? Okay, so there's Amman, Jordan. Okay, so now this map here says, okay, Sea of Galilee, Tiberias. So where? Mediterranean, Mount Carmel, Jordan. Okay, so here's the Jordan River, Tiberias. Okay, so this area, so just north of Nazareth, I guess Nazareth is also considered Galilee. So Galilee, because there's, as you can see here, there's an upper Galilee and a lower Galilee, which is Nazareth. So I was correct the first time in drawing the map for everybody. All right, so what happened is they leave, according to this, from Nazareth, which is where Joseph and Mary are from. They go to Egypt. And then when they leave, they plan on going back to Bethlehem. But because of Herod, he decides to go back there first. All right, so we got that clear and it's visualized in everybody's mind. For Luke, on the other hand, it is clear from the onset that the Holy Family returned to Nazareth after the events surrounding the birth. The two different strands of tradition agree on the fact that Bethlehem was Jesus's birthplace. If we abide by the sources, it is clear that Jesus was born in Bethlehem and grew up in Nazareth. And now we go to the big punchline here. Where are you hiding? All right. So page 65 at the top. Significant exponents of modern exegesis take the view that when Matthew and Luke say Jesus was born in Bethlehem, They are making a theological statement. Theological, not a historical one. Let me read that. Let me speak that again. Significant exponents of modern exegesis take the view that when Matthew and Luke say Jesus was born in Bethlehem here, they are making a theological statement, not a historical one. In actual fact, these exegetes claim Jesus was born in Nazareth by placing the birth of Jesus in Bethlehem. The evangelists are thought to have refashioned history theologically. So in other words, they lied in accordance with the promises so as to make it possible to designate Jesus on the basis of his birthplace as the long-awaited shepherd of Israel. Bethlehem is house of flesh. I do not see how a basis for this theory can be gleaned from the actual sources. So the Pope just invalidated that. As far as the birth of Jesus is concerned, the only sources we have are the infancy narratives of Matthew and Luke. The two evidently belong to quite distinct narrative traditions. They are marked by different theological visions, just as their historical details are in some respects different. So they don't know. They don't know when he was born. They don't know what season he was born in. They have no idea.
Well, Chief,
go ahead.
I had a concerning question. I saw Zuckerberg's, and not to get off that subject, but everything is coming to me, even with religion now, and everything that's going to be projected in this new program, the metaverse and people's souls, and saying that this metaverse will take you into other, like you in one avatar, and then you can create another avatar, and then another. So you can go like 5 dimensions, 6 dimensions deep, and we did see Black Mirror, so we know we're in that realm. But what do you think is going to happen, or how they're going to use it to like just set people off, especially people that are vaccinated? You know.
Here's the thing. I won't include the vax people because you know they're chipped already, so they don't count. They're already being controlled with the vaccine and the poison in it. Yeah. And to some degree, they're even alluding that there's an entity that was in part of the vaccine that's being put into people. That's a speculation on that. Not off the table, but definitely speculation. As far as what's happening going forward, I'm still focusing, and this is where I tell everybody the same thing, that they should start focusing on, where is it here? The official mutant leper supremacy. I have communicated with W3C and they did email me. They responded back, said they don't see a problem. How can anybody who's into technology, and I figured people who would be in technology, especially if they were Black, would understand they need to come on the webinar, get white and change things up. Brain dead. I don't care how good they were in school. I don't care how good they can code. You are not a coder if you can't see this error. You are not a proficient computer coder or a programmer if you cannot see this error. And if they're just going along, oh, we'll set up the structure, we now have the tools that we can disassemble what they're trying to assemble, because we're going to say the word Black means pale, but in the hex code, in the computer code, it's listed as a color called dark that would be identified as dark. That's incorrect. That is not mathematical precision. So I'm anticipating when the quantum computers bring it up, and the day you see CNN that they're talking you know, they like to do these little obscure interviews. Then you see a programmer saying, yeah, we got a problem here because black has a zero as a zero value, and it's associated with this color. And now we have a problem because as we're developing future technology, that error is still embedded. That's going to cause debugging or coding errors to flare up, because now if you're going into a metaverse, the metaverse is fraudulent, because the first thing you're going to say, well, this is all an illusion, it's not real. Well, you know, you just want to check it out. No, because the problem is the word black is associated with a dark color, yet its origin means pale. That's incorrect. That nullifies the metaverse. Again, this is another reason, because when I did 176, everything was cool. All of a sudden I'm hearing, yo, man, the crypto just dropped on Monday. All the cryptos, every crypto dropped. I said, yeah, because I'm calling out the computer techs, the IT people, the people who are programmers, work in Silicon Valley and Oracle. I said, you guys are dumb. If you see this program error and you don't fix this, you're begging for problems. That includes time travel, teleportation, everything else, because you got to change the syntax. And now that everybody knows, white is supposed to be dark, black is supposed to be this color. They got it wrong. It's crossed.
Does that affect the value of melanin, being that melanin is the highest, has the highest value?
They're going to have to guess what they're going to have to do? They're going to have to re-syntax the word melanin.
Wow.
But Dr. Sebi asked Francis Cress Wilson, what is melanin? What is it? Melis comes from the Greek word for black. And then further on, you get what? Carbon. So in English, you should say carbon,
Exactly.
not melanin. That's what you should be, that's what people should be doing. Let me see here. I just want to do something here real quick. So we go look up melanin, right? And this was the same question that was asked. What do you take to replace your melanin? That's what Dr. Sebi asked Layla O. Africa. Oh, the government kept that under that's classified by the US government. So he dropped his head, because he said, how are you going to sit there and say, oh, it's classified by the US government, and see what? Black, dark. See, error, melanin, right there, Wikipedia. It's a broad term for a group of natural pigments, a colored material that is completely or nearly insoluble. Colored is incorrect, because color implies that the person is not in their natural state or hue found in most organisms. Melanin is produced through a multi-stage chemical process known as melanogenesis, where the oxidation of the amino acid tyrosine is followed by polymerization. What is polymerization? A process of reacting monomer molecules together in a chemical reaction to form polymer chains or three-dimensional networks. There are many forms of polymerization, and different systems exist to categorize them. The melanin pigments are produced in a specialized group of cells known as melanocytes. And there are 5 basic types of melanin. The eumelanin, found in most organisms, is produced through a multi-stage chemical process known as melanogenesis. Then you have the phenomelanin. Then you have the neuromelanin, that's dealing with the brain, is a dark pigment found in the brain, which is structurally related to melanin. It is a polymer of 5.6 dihydroxy endomonomers. Neuromelanin is found in large quantities in cachalomeningeric cells of the substantia nigra, pars compacta, and locus coeruleus, giving a dark color. Allomelanin and pyomelanin. The most common type is eumelanin, of which there are 2 types, the brown eumelanin and black eumelanin. So what humans? In humans, melanin is the primary determinant of skin color. Say that again, in humans. Melanin is the primary determinant of skin color.
So hybrids are not humans.
No.
Period.
And that's according to their language. Their language says they're not. Not me, not you, their language.
Said it.
It is also found in hair, the pigmented tissue underlying the iris of the eye, and the stria vascularis of the inner ear. In the brain, tissues with melanin include the medulla and pigment-bearing neurons within areas of the brainstem, such as the locus coeruleus. It also occurs in the zona reticularis of the adrenal gland. The melanin is in the skin is produced by melanocytes, which are found in the basal layer of the epidermis. Although in general, human beings possess a similar concentration of melanocytes in their skin, the melanocytes in some individuals and ethnic groups produce variable amounts of melanin. Some humans have very little or no melanin synthesis in their body, a condition known as albinism, telling you they're albinos.
Right. It's done.
So you call them Amorites, albinos, you call them Canaanites, or Neanderthals. That's who they are. So if you call them white, you just you elevated them, wiped yourself out and participated in identity theft. Because melanin is an aggregate of smaller compound molecules, there are many different types of melanin with different proportions and bonding patterns of these component molecules. Both phenomelanin and eumelanin are found in human skin and hair, but eumelanin is the most abundant melanin in humans, as well as the form most likely to be deficient in albinism. So Amorites are lacking eumelanin.
Beautiful thing. In light of what we're going through.
So they're telling us, this is what Acton Ray said. He said the biggest mistake that they ever made was allowing a black man to get on a computer and find out who he is. So now you know you're white. Everyone on here, if you didn't know, now you know. So that means playtime is over. You can't play around. They're telling them that they can't, because you know it's going to happen. Black people go on to say the devil this, the devil that. I said, no, you had computer, you had satellite, you had tablets, you had computers, you had internet, you had hotspots, you had everything, and you still didn't want to accept the fact that you're actually white, and the people around you who are melanin deficient or albinos. I ain't got no power over you. That's your problem.
Chief, I got one little snippet of white power that happened 2 days ago at the store. I was buying some table wine, and here in Florida, certain stores you have to show your identification. So you know mine is tagged up with my flag and everything. So when he saw the ID, I said, yeah, I'm indigenous and da da da. And he looked at my age. He said, damn, you don't look, 12. So that's what I say, I'm 12. But if you do the numbers, you know what I'm talking about. So he said, no, you don't look at it all. He said, yeah, black don't crack. So I paused and I said, I'm white. And his face lit up like, and he was a teenager, like you tell you 18 and 21. And he just looked and said, yeah, I'm white. Yeah. But I didn't get into, because the line was long, I was going to give him the definition. But in the future, if anybody does it, when you say that and you see that face, give them the definition right away. But I had to leave the store. So just let you know, when they hear it and see it, their body they just freeze. Because yeah, tell them you're white. It works. And when they see you the next time, they'll go, that's the white guy. So I just want to share that with you. And I have this question. I have this last question for you. And this is in the notes. The UN has financed the operations of the United States government for over 50 years and now owns every man, woman, and child in America. The UN holds all the land of America in fee simple. What does that mean?
Well, not anymore after they got dissolved.
Right. I was going to ask too, how does that fit into what happened in October with America being dissolved?
Hold on a second here. I'm going to get to that.
That was the second part of it.
Okay, so let's look up, we'll look up, okay, fee simple. A fee simple as an absolute is, or fee simple absolute is an estate. Fee simple is an estate and land, a form of freehold ownership. A fee is a vested inheritable present buying a house. So fee simple, when you buy a home, you usually purchase it fee simple. This means you own the property and all rights to use it. Lease, and you are permitted to develop. You there?
I'm here. Yeah.
Oh, hold on. You can't see it. Let me put it on the screen. If this means you own the property and all rights to use and all rights to its use. And you are permitted to develop the land and buildings on the property subject to local ordinance. Your name is on the title of deeds, but what they don't say is on the title of deeds, they have the person as what? Tenant. So you're leasing the property. So that's fraud. You don't own the house. Yeah, you're paying off, but once you get the house, that's it. The house is a vessel. The land is what they'll say that, well, if you don't pay the property tax, they'll take the house unless you plan to jack it up and start traveling on the highway with a full big, 2,000 or 4,000 square foot house on the road, like a motorhome. No, that's not going to happen. Okay, so your question was, how is that affecting the fee? Oh, because again, the 1783, which is what I talked about earlier, the 1783 Treaty of Versailles between the United States of America and Great Britain proves that America has been paying taxes to the UK and they just have a franchise. And now because they're dissolved, and we know that the Purebright Institute is the one that has the patent on the coronavirus, and they're pushing everybody to get shots, all the Americans, or the people, rather the US, those who say they're US citizens or what have you, they're actually chattel of the UK now. That's why we're the only ones that's talking about. Kufu ain't talking about it. Nubians ain't talking about it. They talking on some religious stuff. I'm like, you talking about business? Good. I exported all of that. I've confirmed all of that. And they're saying they've dissolved the United States corporation. So since the corporation's dissolved and it's under the crown, that would make them property. That would, but since I got a claim on Elizabeth and the throne, that would mean that's mine. So therefore, I'm the ones that could free people, just like how Neo was freeing people in the Matrix. So it's right there, but these Negroes don't want to see it. That's fine. Stay plugged in. I have no problem with that.
Understood.
All right.
All right. Much
Happy
appreciated.
Gador.
Happy Gador.
All right. So let's get to some of these chat questions. Okay, Toya had a question. I don't know if she's still there or not. Did I just pass her? No. Okay, Toya had a question. Yeah, I can't see if she's, I don't think she's here. Hold on, let me go switch my view over. Nope, doesn't look like she's here. She might have to put, yeah, I'm not seeing, I thought I saw her earlier, but maybe she left. So she had a question. What was the name of the book that was on vaccines killing spirituality? That's Rudolf Steiner. This is he wrote back in 1927. It's, if you look up, it's called, I have the printout here, man, I'm telling you, it's called Fall of the Spirits of Darkness. Lecture number 13, Fall of the Spirits of Darkness.
It's on YouTube. Yeah.
Oh, if it's on YouTube, great. If you know the link, put it in the chat for people to look at it. I like getting, I have his actual lectures he did in Germany.
You said part, what part was it? Part 2, part 3?
No, this is the lecture number 13 on October 27th, 1917. So if you go to Rudolf Steiner Archive, then you can see the full list of all his lectures. This one in particular that I just pulled out, I've been looking for this one. This is on lecture 13, the fall under the chapter was lecture 13 was the fall of the spirits of darkness and the fallen spirits' influence in the world. And so I'm going to speak this. On the other hand, the spirits of darkness are now among us. We have to be on guard so that we may realize what is happening when we encounter them and gain a real idea of where they are to be found. The most dangerous thing you can do in the immediate future will be to give yourself up unconsciously to the influences which are definitely present, for it makes no difference to their reality whether they are recognized or unrecognized. It will be the main concern of these spirits of darkness to bring confusion into the rightful elements which are now spreading on earth and need to spread in such a way that the spirits of light can continue to be active in them. They will seek to push these in the wrong direction. I have already spoken of one such wrong direction, which is about as paradoxical as possible. I have pointed out that while human bodies will develop in such a way that certain spiritualities can find room in them, the materialistic bent, which will spread more and more under the guidance of the spirits of darkness, you could put disagreeableness there, will work against this and combat it by physical means. I have told you that the spirits of darkness, disagreeableness, are going to inspire their human hosts in whom they will be dwelling to find a vaccine that will drive all inclination towards spirituality out of people's souls when they are still very young. They want to inject children 5 to 12 with the vaccine. And this will happen in a roundabout way through the living body. Today, meaning 1927, bodies are vaccinated against one thing and another. In future, children will be vaccinated with a substance which it will certainly be possible to produce, and this will make them immune so that they do not develop foolish inclinations connected with spiritual life. Foolish here, of course, in the eyes of materialists. This is 1917. These, as I said, are the beginnings in the field of literature. The whole trend goes in a direction where a way will finally be found to vaccinate bodies so that these bodies will not allow the inclination towards spiritual ideas to develop, and all their lives people will believe only in the physical world they perceive with the senses. Out of impulses which the medical profession gained from presumption, from the consumption they themselves suffered, people are now vaccinated against consumption, and in the same way, they will be vaccinated against any inclination towards spirituality. This is merely to give you a particularly striking example of many things which will come in the near and more distant future in this field. The aim being to bring confusion into the impulses which want to stream down to earth after the victory of the spirits of light.
So that makes these people will, if you, like I am spiritual, we are spiritual, and they'll see my altar in the back and they may freak out, or even with family, they get spooked out. So once they get this, they will, like, they'll see us and resist us like we're damn ghosts or something like that, in other words?
No, they've been conditioned. They're conditioned to, it's like, think of it, they're plugged into the matrix, so they don't even have their mind anymore. That's the matrix doing that. Understand? Much appreciated. Let me see here. Okay, that was the book, name of the vaccines. Okay, let me scroll down. Theodore Sims, where are you, Theodore? Are you still there? There you are. Greetings, greetings. Oh, you gotta turn your mic on.
Okay.
Greetings.
Greetings. How you doing?
Greetings.
Greetings.
Yes, your question, this was at 8:02, how to be added to the Monday night webinar. You just simply got to send an email to aspwebinar@gmail.com. Pardon me, at Proton Mail. aspwebinar@protonmail.com to get on the webinar Monday. We have it every Monday, 7 Eastern. What city are you in?
I'm in High Point, North Carolina.
Okay, so you're in North Carolina.
Yes.
Great. So you do that every Monday. Once you send the email in, you'll get a response saying that you're put on the list, and you'll get 2 attachments, a caveat and a white time screensaver. Receive those. We don't say read, we receive. Read means hatred. It comes from the German word hatred. We receive, meaning you're going to accept and take it in 9 times so people understand what they're doing. Because a lot of times people, they don't receive. They just skim over. I'm ready to do. I want to get white. You have to know every aspect of it, and you have to live white. This is the next thing that a lot of people don't understand. It's one thing to say you're white. That's to get your cells charged up, and then you'll start lining yourself up and you start living white.
Good. My wife also wants to attend.
Sure. All she has to do is send an email.
Okay.
Yeah, and since it's both of y'all could just use the same computer, but she still has to send an email from her email address.
Gotcha. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
You're quite welcome. Carnisha, where's Carnisha? Carnisha, where's Carnisha? I saw her earlier. Yeah, I don't see her here. All white, so she probably left. Okay. Tocho, oh, there you are. There's Toya. Tocho, where's Tocho? Oh, white. Greetings. Go ahead, turn your mic on.
Greetings, Chief.
Okay, hold on. Try that. Try the other one. Or if that one doesn't work, then you gotta get away from the device.
Greetings.
Oh, white. Greetings. How are you?
I am that I am. How are you, Chief?
I am white that I am white.
Yes. My question, I sent it in the chat box too. My question was, what do we call Thanksgiving and Christmas?
Feast of Gratitude, and Christmas is Children's Day.
Okay. Now, with that being said, as far as conversations with relations with their family, with the relations with everyone, what kind of conversations should we be having with them?
What do you mean?
As far as where our standings are with this and why we celebrate it that way.
If they ask you, you'll definitely answer. We know Christmas is BS. We know Jesus never existed, right? This is the Pope. If the Pope says that they don't know, and it's a theological discussion, there ain't nothing to talk about. That's what the Pope said. So you explain that to them, how to make a Negro Christian. That's the next one. Maryland said, even if a Black person or a slave became a Christian, it does not absolve them from being under slavery. That's still on the books in Maryland. And they're not doing nothing to stop it.
No, they're not trying
to. Which covers the overlay of the subcorporations, all the different so-called states. They're not changing that. This is why the Black attorneys got to tell you civil rights. This is why the Black attorneys got to say to you 13th Amendment, 14th Amendment, 15th Amendment. Yeah, you could say anything about the Constitution that you want on land. When you get in that box, that's maritime. That's admiralty. That's flag with the yellow fringes, it's suspended.
All right.
So you explain that to them, and again, 5-minute rule. And if they start resisting, you know, hey, let's talk about something else. See, LeBron James is suspended for the rest of the year. Pardon me, not suspended. He is under COVID protocol, so he's gone for the rest of the season. You didn't know that?
No, when did that take place?
This happened early on in the week.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, let me put this on the screen here because people are gonna be like, what? LeBron James, they said out for the rest of the season. LeBron James ruled out by Lakers for rest of the season to heal.
To heal?
Oh, hold on, that's the old one. Okay, how long is LeBron James out? November 16th, 2021. LeBron James last played for the LA Lakers in an NBA 2021 game on November 3rd. He has been sitting on the bench with an abdominal injury ever since.
Oh, wow.
NBA superstar LeBron James has missed a total of 9 games in the 2021 season due to various injuries he has suffered. No, because there is one, they said it was a COVID protocol that he was gone for the rest of the season. Let's see, LeBron James out, COVID protocol. Yep, LeBron James, oh, he's cleared to return 2 days ago.
Oh, wow.
Oh, they put his clone back in, huh?
Yep.
That's what was going on. He was doing a test run on the clone.
Exactly. That was the one that was sitting in the audience watching him.
No. That was LeBron James in the audience watching the clone. When you got a clone, the clone does the heavy work. You ain't playing ball if you got a clone. They tried him out.
Okay, all right.
LeBron James has been cleared to return to the Los Angeles Lakers after missing 1 game under the NBA's health and safety protocols. They said he was gone for the year. The league said Thursday that James is not positive for COVID-19 despite a series of tests that produced conflicting results earlier this week.
Wow.
Right, this is who here? Bloomberg.com, okay, December 2nd, because I heard he was out for the rest of the season. Additional testing cleared James to play when the Lakers host the Los Angeles Clippers on Friday night. They got to get him out there because if he don't, people ain't going to buy tickets. They ain't going to come to the games.
Fiat.
See, James got an initial positive test from a sample collected Monday. The sample was retested twice, producing 1 positive and 1 negative result. That's the PCR test, which is no good. And everyone knows the PCR test was not designed for that. So it delivers what? False positives. James underwent additional testing Tuesday, but those tests returned 1 negative and 1 clinically inconclusive result, according to the league. James subsequently had 2 negative PCR tests conducted more than 24 hours apart, meeting the criteria necessary to return to play. Come on, you already know what that is.
Yeah, they tested the clone.
Right, now check this though. James said earlier in the season that he is vaccinated. A clear positive test likely would have kept James away for 10 days or more. Let's see, Drudge, because Drudge Report was the one that Drudge Report for LeBron James gone for season. That's the one that got my attention.
And I tell you, put your socks on.
Can you give me the strawberry? Put some pants on if you're coming over to the camera.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. So let me see. I don't even think I saw anything on Drudge today.
You got no clothes on for you.
Okay, CNN fires Cuomo. That's old news. He was fired. That was days ago. Crypto plunges in another sign of global market nerves. Bitcoin minus 20%. Yeah, they know about that lien on the United States. They know about that. Now they go into the digital world. That debt's carrying it. They can't walk. They can't get. They got to call me. They got to call me. Listen, y'all know what it is. Pick up the phone and call me. and we can settle this.
I think you better call Chief.
Yes.
Instead of talking.
That'd be a perfect song and a perfect meme. That right there is a perfect clip. And a picture of me holding the phone.
There you go.
Let me take a picture. I got it. Okay.
Yeah, we screenshotted it.
I got it.
This is what we're talking about. Because again, and this is why even the so-called Red Indians have a problem, because they're not indigenous to here. So that means the whole economic system on the planet, the school books, all that stuff got to get burnt.
Yep.
And then they gotta fix that. But they don't want to do that. So hey, what more can I say?
Hey, Chief. Now,
yes, go ahead.
With these holidays that we have, all these different holidays. So when it comes around to like celebrating 4th of July and things of that nature, these are just holidays that they just set up for, I guess you would say, man's holiday, their system holiday. So when we get to that point, as far as us being in indigenous stands, we don't celebrate those, right? We wouldn't participate with that, right?
Participate with which days?
Like the holidays
Like
that they have,
4th of July.
Halloweens and things like that.
No, we have a date that we call that's Prophets and Angels Day, Ancestors Day. Because Halloween is coming from the Vodun and in Santeria, or South America, that's called El Muerte de Dios. If I'm saying it incorrectly, whoever speaks Spanish, correct me then. The Day of the Dead.
Oh, okay.
Now, if you know anything about voodoo, right, in New Orleans, they be doing that. They celebrate that. They celebrate it down on Halloween, but then people would dress up as Baron Samedi and Bridget. That was that TV series, American Gods.
Okay.
On Prime Video. If you didn't watch American Gods.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Yes. So when they went down with the leprechaun, and I laugh because I say, yeah, he probably is Irish, but he's not a real leprechaun, because the real leprechauns were the Twa pygmy people from North Africa. So I looked at that whole thing, I laughed at that, right? And mostly leprechauns, the way they were looked at, they're looked at as short, not the 6'5" that guy was. That guy was a tall guy. So they down there in New Orleans, people who follow the voodoo, the Santeria, that's the day of honoring the ancestors. That's where they got Halloween from.
Oh,
that's where they got it from. So there's the TV, there's the movie called, was it Poco? That they had, and it was about a boy who went to the underworld. I'm trying to remember what it was. It was Poco.
So Chief, on the calendar, are those dates listed with the different names? If we bought a calendar, would that be present on the calendar?
Yes, we have them all listed on our calendars.
Okay, yeah, that's what we need.
Yeah, we have them all listed on our calendars. Like for February 14th, that's Couples Day.
Okay.
So we switch that up. We'll honor Mother's Day, Father's Day, but like the Christmas, we just changed that frequency on some of them, and some of them we outright don't even deal with. So like July 4th, that was about Amorites. That wasn't about Black people. And you can't tell Black people that, well, Betsy Ross, she sewed the flag. Yeah, she was still a slave when she sewed the damn flag. So how the hell does she own that?
Exactly.
Exactly.
How does she have ownership of that? She may have been the creative one to do it, but she don't own that.
No, just like so many.
Go ahead.
Just like so many other things we've created. I mean, no big deal. She created it, but she didn't get any real credit for it.
That's like Kanye West. He's making the music, but he don't own nothing.
Exactly.
That's great.
He's Black.
Hey, this is what it is. That is the Black contract. That is a universal contract of Black. How many times have I challenged Cornel West and David Imhotep, who wrote the book first Americans were Africans. I challenged these guys. Well, David Imhotep overstood about being white, but he didn't do it. I said, yeah, because he's got a contract with a publishing company owned by Jews. So I'm like, shoot, I'm showing people to take their creativity and make it eternal. That's what I was trying to explain to Dr. Cress Welsing, that if she changes the syntax in her books now become eternal.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
They don't want to listen. So hey,
they don't want to listen.
So with
yeah, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Chief. What are you saying?
So I got a lot of people that have told that they could do it. The guy who wrote Avatar told him the same thing. Hey, if you put this in and get white, now we'll have a big thing to go with the UN to say the guy who wrote Avatar, we showed him to be white. Now his complaint is at the UN. That fool decides to still fight the case federally. Okay, did he win it? No. Nope. That's how Avatar 2 got produced. Because when he filed suit and served James Cameron, they stopped production immediately. Mm-hmm. And he has all the receipts to prove it's his, but Black has no standing outlaw. What did I tell y'all about Sophia Stewart? She got enough sense to keep her mouth shut. She can't tangle with me. She can't even, I did a computer, not a computer, but I did a etheric keeping her in place because she can't open her mouth to talk about nothing with the Wachowski brothers, Joel Silver, or Warner Brothers, because she came on my friends who like Chief Nanya Shaabu Eil page on Facebook and then tried to get people from who are my friends to donate for her cause while she's wearing a wig.
Oh, wow.
You know that?
No.
Let's go. Am I in Facebook? Hold on a second.
Wow.
Google.
No, because you got to bust these dumb Black people up because they start acting the fool. Like they just say anything and think, okay, I'll just say whatever, and there's no consequence. This is a woman that says she deals with numbers and accounting and all that stuff. And I'm like, well, okay, well, if you do that, how does Black, can you name a Black racial group of Africa? No, well, how are you Black then?
Exactly.
Yeah, so if you go to friends who like Chief Nanya Shaabu Eil, she came on there. There, so here we go. And so this is it here. You can also go here, right? There's Aguabana and Guaracuya, they came up 2019 when we all went out to the UFO landing pad. Mm-hmm. So if anybody put the link here, if you want to join, you go ahead and I'll put this in the chat and you can also check there. And let's see where we go in here. Okay, so Sophia Stewart. Friends of Chief Nanya. Yeah, you come on this and trying to get people to donate for her, trying to collect on the Wachowski sisters. And I'm like, man, what's the matter? And then calls herself Black and beautiful. That's what she said that. I'm just trying to see if I could find it.
She sounds kind of confused.
Yeah, that's what, and then I think about a month or no, must have been about 6 months ago, somebody interviewed her. And when they interviewed her, she was saying she's Cherokee. I said, oh, no, you done messed up, called yourself Black and beautiful. I got witnesses on mine. So she wanted to do something of that nature and change. Guess who she's going to have to come see to help her with that? Mm-hmm. Who's she going to have to come see?
Got to come see you.
Come see you. Yeah. There's no way around.
All white. And that's the same problem the rest of these guys have. They got an issue with that. And I'm like, okay, so I should be able to search in here. Usually they have like you could search inside of
Yeah, I don't think so.
Yeah, I'm gonna see if I can. Oh yeah, she just came on there. What is this woman's problem? Oh, hold on. Let me go back up here. Yeah. Khufu again. Yeah, you flying 2 flags. Oh yeah, oh yeah, here, I'm gonna put this right here for everybody to see this. That's why he can't talk to me. I don't really have, I'm like, dude, who are you? You got 3, look at that, 3 flags.
He's an agent.
Oh, wow.
He definitely is an agent.
Right, so I'm glad someone other than myself said it, so people can't say I'm leading anybody. I'm like, one time, 3 flags.
Yeah, he's
Oh,
an
yeah,
agent.
that's an agent. He's not nobody I would be trusting, that's for sure.
All right, so here's what I'm gonna do. I want to, okay, because I want to make the side, oh, I know what I can do. That's what I can do. I can open this in a new tab, great. Because I want, there we go. So now, UN Convention on the Law of the Sea, Article 59, Articles 91 and 92. UN Convention on the Law of the Sea. Go into more detail about the relationship between the state of flags and ship. Article 91, nationality of ships. Every state, because he loves saying he got a state, shall fix the conditions for the grant of its nationality to ships. Because he said he got to move the ship. Yeah, you got to move it off of Turtle Island. You can't dock here. For the registration of ships in its territory. You don't have a territory. And for the right to fly its flag. Ships have the nationality of the state whose flag they are entitled to fly. There must exist a genuine link between the state and the ship. Every state shall issue to ships to which it has granted the right to fly its flag documents to that effect. 60, paragraph 60, Article 92, status of ships states, 1, ships shall sail under the flag of one state only. And save in exceptional cases expressly provided for in international treaties or in this convention shall be subject to its exclusive jurisdiction on the high seas. A ship may not change its flag during a voyage or while in a port of call, save in the case of a real transfer of ownership or change of registry. A ship which sails under the flags of 2 or more states, using them according to convenience, may not claim any of the nationalities in question with respect to any other state and may be assimilated to a ship without nationality. Agents revealed right there.
There you go.
Yep.
He's an agent. Yes, sir.
Agent Khufu, you think I'm stupid? That's why you use the name Khufu, because Khufu was the one who let the Heka Hassut into Tamaray.
All right.
Okay.
Okay.
So I trust I've set the record straight for a lot of people. Right there, the Moorish flag, and before we move, I'm gonna go to zigzag zig.
And then,
Yeah.
That's why I know you talking a lot of nonsense about, oh, you're gonna get Atamay. You ain't getting Atamay out of jail. It's been 19 years, Negro. You ain't moving no place. Let's go to zigzag zig.